Test, test, test. Let me see if I can hear myself, and then we'll get going here. Oh, what a day already for severe weather. Okay, sounds good on my end. Let me know in the chat if it sounds a little weird on mine. Or sounds a little weird on your end. Okay, yeah, that sounds good on my end. So we're going to roll with it and get right into it. We've already had a couple of tornado warnings today as these storms have developed pretty much right where we thought they would on the I-55 corridor, just west of I-55. And earlier down here with one of the first storms that was tornado warned originally southwest of Decatur, Illinois. We had a confirmed tornado just a little bit ago on this storm. Doesn't look like it's rotating as much as it was a few minutes ago, so they've let the tornado warning expire in favor of a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. Go back and let's take a look at this storm just a few minutes ago. It's crossing I-57 near Tuscola, Illinois at the moment with some damaging winds. Still some rotation in there, but it doesn't look as punchy as it did just a little bit ago. And then you can see the camera above me. We're also tracking a serious blizzard situation in Minnesota into Wisconsin, and then eventually into the UP of Minnesota, or of Michigan. At times, I-35 has been closed. When we were getting the camera set up, there were cars on the highway. I don't see as many right now, so they may have closed I-35 again. I think I see a car coming out in the distance. Right now, it doesn't look as bad as it has been at times. The visibility still pretty low, but we can see in the distance a fair amount here. I-35, you can see exit 56 there in the foreground. Yeah, let me move this back a few minutes and we can see. There's the distinct CC drop with this cell, just as it came across the areas near Cerro Gordo a little while ago. And I'll actually back this up even further. To get weakened there as it crossed I-35. So some good signs there that circulation has weakened. And no longer tornado warned. We have seen some damage reports coming in. Looks like some wind damage reports already coming in from the Decatur, Illinois area. Multiple trees down and a possible tornado, Mount Zion, Illinois. So we'll see. I think we've had at least a couple tornadoes this afternoon. So, well, it looks like California, that had the EF0 the other day, will not get the last tornado of 2025. California got the first tornado back in, I think it was January 3rd of 2025. So there was a possibility with the severe weather there the other day that they would get the first and last. And it looks like it's going to be into the Ohio Valley and southern Great Lakes, getting the last tornadoes of the year. This sharp cold front is really starting to unzip as it advances into the warm sector. Storms now east of St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis, you're in the clear. Parts of southern Missouri, especially southeast Missouri around Cape Girardeau, Sikeston, Charleston, Perryville, and Jackson under a tornado watch. The tornado watch was issued this afternoon. I think around 2:30 in the central time zone. And that goes out until 8 p.m. Central or 9 p.m. Eastern. That's about the window that we expected the severe weather to peak, is late afternoon and into the evening. By the time it advances into parts of, say, eastern Indiana and western Ohio, the dynamics aren't quite as strong for severe weather, although I wouldn't be surprised if some wind damage continues all the way through parts of the Ohio Valley. Even some isolated wind damage is possible overnight. Right now, we're down to one tornado warning. That is an observed tornado warning, so let's get into this one. It's near Rensselaer, Indiana, right on the Indiana and Illinois state line. Looks like this might be it right here. Let's see. Kind of a weird spot, though, but there is the rotation. I think it might be getting left behind. What's happening is this line is moving so fast, it's going to be hard for the updrafts to really kind of maintain themselves. Yeah, it looks like that little area right in there is where we can see the circulation just on the state line. Let's see. Let's go to split view and see if we can see it a little easier, potentially on the split view. We'll do velocity on one side and correlation coefficient on the other. That shows non-meteorological targets versus meteorological ones, and generally if those correlate with the area of circulation. Yeah, that looks like it's it right in there. Kind of a messy signature. There's also likely some damaging winds getting kicked up in that area too. I think it's not the super circular debris signature, but it looks like there was some at least in there. Possibly still ongoing right in this area along the state line. This would be near Kankakee Sands Park, just north of Enos. And that's going to be making its way towards Fair Oaks, Forest City, Thayer, Mount Ayr, as in this warning. This is into Indiana now. So you can see the time clock below me there. That's in Central Time. So once we get into Indiana, you're just going to add an hour there. It'll be Eastern Time. And yeah, that'll continue moving east out of the Central Time Zone. So we'll have to kind of do a little bit of conversion for you, but not too bad moving from the Eastern Time Zone to the Central Time Zone and back and forth. Once again, observed tornado continues there for southeastern Kankakee County, southeastern Iroquois County, and then Newton County in northwestern Indiana. And again, this issue right now is more of an Indiana problem as those storms are crossing the state line into Indiana. They are warning this for a line of tornado-producing storms extending from near Hopkins Park to near Wasetka, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Spotter reports have indicated tornadoes near St. Anne and Martinton in the past few minutes. Damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed. So I guess they are noting that there are a couple areas of interesting circulations. And I want to look and see where that area of Martinton was. Okay, yeah, that's just north and west and east of Martinton. It does look like the circulation there is kind of winding down a little bit. And that circulation is kind of getting left behind. We may see that today as these storms try and mature. Normally we have kind of a line of supercells, and the updraft, the rotating updraft, is the mesocyclone, and that's what really sparks that tornadic development. But what happens in situations like this, sometimes we have a really strong advancing cold front, and that sweeps in and kind of cuts off that updraft, the warm, moist air that's needed to fuel tornadoes and to really get that mesocyclone to spin. Once that does, that pretty much cancels that tornado threat. So we may see that quite a bit. Updrafts that go up very quickly, mesocyclones that spin because there is a lot of vorticity in the atmosphere. There's a lot of motion in the atmosphere. They're shear at different heights in the atmospheric profile. So we may see these go up very quick, kind of peak, and then quickly dissipate. I don't think it's going to be the day we see long track tornadoes. Last time this year, exactly on this date, the 28th, we saw a very long track tornado across the southeast parts of Texas and the southwestern portion of Louisiana. That tornado itself tracked about 60 plus miles across Galveston Bay and then into parts of southwest Louisiana. So a new tornado warning just went out. It's for that same area of those storms. This is going to include Sheldon, Kentland, Goodland, Remington, Milford, Fountain Creek, Boswell, Fowler, Oxford, and Otterbein. It's right again along the Indiana and Illinois state line. Southeastern portions of Iroquois County, southern Newton County, Benton County, and southern Jasper County. Most of those are in Indiana. The only one that's still in Illinois is the Iroquois County, the southeastern portion of those. And again, we're seeing severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes along that line is what they're warning it for. I think a pretty good job by the National Weather Service. This is out of, let me see what, it's out of Chicago. They're kind of warning this whole line of embedded circulations, embedded supercells. Yeah, you can see they're not super tight, but where we see these little kinks in the line, that's where we tend to get the tornadic development in a more of a QLCS type of line segment today. Nothing really super strong showing up in there at the moment, but again, like I said earlier, these things kind of pop up very quickly in situations like this, sometimes within the radar scan. So working down the line, I do want to look at tornado possible tags coming through St. Joseph and Villa Grove into eastern Illinois. That'll be approaching Danville, Westville, Georgetown, and Paris, Illinois. And then a pretty solid line of severe weather. Again, tornado possible tag approaching Charleston, Mattoon, Toledo. That's here around eastern Illinois University, Charleston. And then it's eventually going to approach I-70 here towards Casey, just north of Effingham. Strong storms coming into Effingham, Illinois. And then we pick up severe warnings back towards St. Elmo and Vandalia. And then strong storms ongoing south and east of St. Louis. That is a tornado possible tag there south of St. Elmo. So keep an eye on those areas. No severe warnings right now into the line segment through areas like Sparta, Chester, and then into the Missouri side of things, Farmington, Perryville, and Fredericktown. Those storms extend back towards Ironton. We may see storms even unzip along the line even further into Arkansas, into the Ozarks, and yeah, we are starting to see some storms develop even all the way down into the Arklatex. Severe weather not going to be as common there, but certainly we could see an occasional damaging wind warning. And you can see sometimes we'll get a ding here for new warnings. I do want to show that some of the areas that have a tornado threat are actually under a winter weather advisory in northern Indiana as this system works through. 6 inches of snow are possible in southwest Michigan and northern Indiana. 50-mile-an-hour winds. So it's going to turn into a really nasty lake effect snow event across western Michigan, extreme northern Indiana. And then we pick up a bunch of winter weather warnings. And also these red polygons. These are blizzard warnings across most of the UP of Michigan. And then also across the areas in Minnesota, much of Minnesota now, under a blizzard warning. That also extends down into portions of Iowa, now much of northern Iowa into a blizzard warning around Mason City, Charles City, Waverly, Waterloo, up through areas into Minnesota, Rochester, Austin, Mankato, Marshall, Wilmer, St. Cloud, and then up through the Red River Valley, Fargo. Not as much snow expected up there, but just a blowing snow all the way up to Grand Forks, and really, actually, it looks like now all the way up to the Canadian border. Wow, that's a lot of warnings. Yeah, 2 to 6 inches of snow, wind gusts as high as 50 miles an hour across the Red River Valley, Fargo, Grand Forks. Wow. Mankato and parts of south and east parts of Minnesota, looking at 6 to 10 inches of snow. That extends into western Wisconsin. Once we get up into the UP of Michigan and extreme northern Wisconsin, we're looking at like 16 to even 20 inches of snow, and then winds gusting 55 plus miles an hour, especially right on the south shore of Lake Superior. It's going to be an extremely nasty night. Waves, high surf, possibly 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're now warning 65-mile-an-hour winds near Lake Superior, and yeah, 10 to 21 inches of snow around Marquette. Hold on just a second. Okay. I just had a eyelash or something in my eye real quick. All right. Let's get back to it. We got a new tornado warning. This is going to be a radar indicated tornado warning. So they are dropping that observe tag. A couple observed tornado warnings so far today. One right before our stream really got active, and then one here on the stream just north of, was that Mattison, I think it was? Very small community. Martinton. Okay, so this new tornado warning includes Rensselaer, Indiana, Jasper County, Indiana until 4:45 p.m. Central Time, and it is again capable of producing isolated tornadoes along the line from DeMonte to near Kentland, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So you're not going to be able to outrun these. There's little circulations in here. None of them right now look particularly punchy, but we still have to watch out for those. And trying to get a camera working along this area at Rensselaer, but the camera is kind of misbehaving. I think the conditions are worsening a little bit as we're looking at the Minnesota camera. There's kind of the conditions right out ahead of the line. It's not particularly sunny right along the line, which might be helping us a little bit with the lack of really distinct circulations right now. But yeah, just that looks kind of wintry more than spring, even though it has gotten up to about 70 degrees in Indianapolis earlier today. Yeah, that camera seems to be misbehaving itself. So we'll continue to kind of stay on the camera that is working in Minnesota. Let me just kind of reset this camera and see if we can get it to cooperate. Because if it does, that would be awesome. It's right in our tornado warned area. Anyway, all right. Trying to pick a couple different cameras to see if those work. And see there's traffic slow and steady kind of across the Minnesota camera there. I haven't had a problem with this before, so there may just be a lot of people trying to use these cameras at the moment. All right. Well, we tried. Newest severe thunderstorm warning. This includes the Danville area that we talked about a little bit ago. That's right along I-74 from east of Champaign-Urbana now through Danville. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm. That'll be approaching the Indiana state line around Attica and Covington on the Indiana side of things. some rotation in there, but doesn't look extremely vigorous at the moment. And then kind of working down, you can see that really sharp line of gusty winds. These are all being warned again for tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Going to be coming through Charleston, Illinois, Toledo, Illinois in the matter of the next couple minutes. A decent amount of lightning. These are pretty vigorous cells. This time of year isn't the most favorable time of year for tornadoes in the upper or the lower Great Lakes and upper Ohio Valley sort of area. But we've had a really, really warm setup the last week or two, especially the last week across the southern and south central areas of the U.S. And that's really helping to fuel some of these storms. More of a springtime atmosphere out ahead of this powerful cyclone that's developing across the upper Midwest here. We'll go back and take a look at those blizzard warnings in just a few minutes. Some circulation showing up. That's the one that was confirmed tornado a little while ago as it crossed the Indiana-Illinois state line, but that area has weakened. You can see even on the last scan, it's broadened out a little bit. That's one of the stronger circulations still. It's north of Rensselaer, crossing I-65. North of this point, the storms get extremely weak, let's just say. Cooler air over the lake, and not really expecting a lot of severe weather up into extreme northern parts of Indiana, which is good because this is where a lot of the population is. Across Valparaiso, Gary, Chesterton, and then up towards South Bend. These storms aren't really doing much. I don't even think doesn't appear to be a lot of lightning. You may get a burst of gusty winds. It's pretty sharp cutoff again with temperatures. And I do want to do a little live meteorology here. Let's take a look and take a look at the temperature profile. Yeah, we're going to start losing stuff pretty quick here. Once we get north of this boundary here, you can see it's in the low 60s right across the Indiana-Michigan state line. And then very quickly, as you cross into Michigan, gets into the 40s and 50s. So the warm front is kind of stretched right along basically the Michigan and Indiana state line. Maybe just north of that, the first several counties in Michigan. That's about, looks like, where the warm front is. Anywhere south of the warm front, we could have some severe weather, but this area is not quite as conducive as temperatures are kind of marginal right there. Not as much instability. Further south, there are still temperatures in the mid to upper 60s across parts of western Indiana. Lafayette coming in right now at 66, Terre Haute 65, and then especially once we get into the southern parts of Indiana, still near 70 for areas around Bloomington, down towards Mount Carmel, and also into Illinois. Right now, temperatures in southern Illinois still around 70, low 70s along the Mississippi and Ohio River convergent area there where they come together, around Paducah and over towards Cape Girardeau. Low 70s still. St. Louis hit about 77 today before the cold front came through, and now in the St. Louis area down to about 50, even upper 40s showing west of St. Louis. You can see the difference here. Belleville still checking at 66 degrees, like 53 at the airport, and then 48 over here towards Union and Washington, Missouri. So a very sharp difference. The temperatures drastically drop even further. It's now below freezing around Columbia, Missouri, and then into the lower 20s, upper teens in Kansas City. So really drastic difference. 40-degree temperature difference there. 61 in downtown St. Louis at the Arch, and 21 in downtown Kansas City. That is a drastic temperature difference. We're seeing that across other states too. Look at Arkansas. Northwest Arkansas Metro, Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville. It's about 40 degrees, upper 30s, low 40s. Little Rock still checking in at 74, and close to 80 degrees here around Lake Village, Arkansas City, Greenville, Mississippi, checking in at 77. So sharp cold front coming through. It's moving through the Ozarks of the Boston Mountains, and areas just west of Little Rock now checking in. Mena, Arkansas, 63. Hot Springs, 73. So yeah, that cold air is definitely filtering down very quickly, and I think that's what's saving us right now. The cold air is undercutting some of these cells. They are right along the cold front. They didn't get ahead of the cold front enough. If they advanced ahead of the cold front, they would have had maybe a little better chance to get some more established, mature updrafts and mature mesocyclones. But you can see this cold front is drastically catching up to this line of storms. Already 49 in Springfield, Illinois, 52 in Bloomington, where the severe weather is right now at 65 in Danville. So that's not that far away. That's a pretty drastic temperature decrease. Basically, about 75 miles between Bloomington and Danville, and the temperature drops about over 10 degrees. And if you go another 75, 80 miles, it drops even sharper than that. It's 44 in Peoria and already down to 32 in Galesburg. So you can easily drive this in a couple hours, but if you go from Galesburg to Bloomington to Danville on 74, you're going to go from 65 to freezing. And there's a threat across the areas here in Illinois of a flash freeze. So any water that's still in the roadways from all these storms that are moving through, they may freeze over. So some of these areas may get some slick spots and even some snow showers showing up into northern portions of Missouri. Areas that had storms earlier may get a little bit of light snow showers across Illinois later this evening. So what a extreme temperature difference with this really powerful cyclone. It is a nasty night across Minnesota. Taking a look at our winter side of this system. About 10 degrees in most of this area with the blizzard, so with wind chills, it's going to feel even worse. You can see the bands of snow coming down, but again, in a blizzard, it's not always about the snow that's falling, it's also about the snow that's on the ground and blowing snow across the roadways. Yeah, you can see not a lot of cars on this really well-traveled I-35 right now. And also this camera's kind of bobbling up and down, so that really indicates some of the heavier wind in this area. Wow. Just a mess. This is an area that got blizzard conditions about a week ago, too, so nothing new really for this area, as you've already experienced several blizzard conditions. Oh, this camera again near Rensselaer isn't working very good, but you can kind of see from the screenshot what the weather looks like. It's rainy and stormy. The base looks a little high. It doesn't necessarily look like a tornadic supercell, but we can get these little spin-ups, especially along the leading edge of the line. And another area that has a pretty sharp difference here, it's about 40 degrees in northern Illinois across Rockford and approaching areas right along the Wisconsin state line. It's here in Gary, about 64, and in Valparaiso, 60, right at the state line. Looks like officially about 54 in Chicago. So the temperature drops off very steeply as well from the Chicago metro out to areas like Rockford, Sterling, Rochelle, and then out in the Quad Cities, 32 degrees at Davenport. Go back to our tornado warned storms in now pushing into Indiana. I'll turn off the temperatures, that way we don't get too distracted by stuff. Some good news is it looks like they are kind of replacing some of these tornado warnings with severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible tag. Those storms don't look as healthy as they did earlier, but we'll continue to watch these ones. The newest warning, White, Fulton, Pulaski, Stark, and Marshall counties, all in northwest, north central Indiana. Moving east at 55 with this line of tornado producing or tornado possible storms. I haven't seen a lot of hail reported with these storms, which that's one good thing. area of circulation here near Goodland. We'll keep an eye on that area. That's moving towards Remington and eventually towards Monticello. Getting into a little bit more populated areas here around Danville. Keep an eye on these storms approaching Covington, Petersburg, Attica, and then eventually Lafayette, Indiana. And then still strong storms coming through Charleston, Toledo, Casey on the Illinois side of things. And another tornado possible tag near Salem, Illinois. This is well south and east of St. Louis. They don't look very strong on radar, the circulations, but some of these are more low top supercells too. So as we get further away from the radar site, we're not seeing that circulation as tightly either. And just taking a look at echo tops. Yeah, a lot of times we see stronger storms pushing, 50, 60,000 feet sometimes, especially like really strong tornado producing supercells, but we're kind of running in the 30 to 40 range. I mean, still high up, still pretty potent cells, but that's around where airplanes fly. And yeah, sometimes in the spring we see, double the height of commercial aircraft. So, yeah, kind of fairly lower top supercells. The line does extend now through Centralia, down to Sparta, Chester, and back into areas around Perryville, Missouri, and all the way down through Piedmont, approaching Poplar Bluff, and then crossing into Arkansas around Cherokee Village. And even down here, showers and storms developing around Hot Springs Village and down towards Mount Ida. These may work their way into the Little Rock metro later this evening. Not expecting a lot of severe weather down there. So still 2 tornado warnings in Indiana, looking around Wheatfield and Rensselaer. That's going to be approaching Francisville. And then further south, Goodland, Remington, Fowler, Oxford, Boswell, and Otterbein, Indiana, north and west of Lafayette. We'll keep an eye on those cells. These are going to, at some form, work their way into Indianapolis. Indianapolis does have a tornado watch. Goes another 3 hours and 22 minutes. That area kind of in central Illinois. What is that? Route 33, I think? Or US 31? Yeah, US 31. That's kind of the cutoff for where we have the higher instability. So eastern Indiana doesn't look as favorable for tornadic development, although there are going to be certainly continuations of the damaging wind threat. This line is pretty solidly warned across western Indiana now, stretching from Knox and Winnemac, north and west of Lafayette through Covington and Danville, and then into Illinois, from Danville, Illinois, down towards Effingham. A pretty solid line of severe weather, which this area doesn't get a ton of this time of year into very late December. That tornado watch does cover areas we haven't really talked about yet, but areas here into western Kentucky, around Paducah, up to Owensboro, and then over onto the Indiana side, Evansville, Indiana, Princeton, Bloomington. So storms will likely get into Louisville, but right now, Louisville, you guys are east of the tornado warned or tornado watch area. Storms have pretty much developed right where we expected them to. can see how they developed around Springfield and Bloomington, and then worked their way east. A couple of those went tornado warned around Decatur and into central Illinois, and then continued to work and progress through the state of Illinois to basically their present positions here. Most of this line, at least the strongest part of this line, is going to be east of I-57 in Illinois, except for the part right around Effingham, and then trailing back through Salem. But you can kind of see what I said earlier, how these storms are riding really close to the cold front and almost too close to the cold front for those mature updrafts to sustain themselves. When this comes back around, you'll see the more prominent supercellular feature that sparked the first tornado warning of the day. And we'll get a new tornado warning here, so we'll get to that in just a second. But you can see this first cell has a little bit more of a supercellular shape. When it was in here near Taylorville and Kincaid, and kind of right before the line caught up to it, this is the area that was first tornado warned of the day, southwest of Decatur. This is the cell that likely, I think, produced 1 or 2 tornadoes as it crossed south of Decatur here. We have a damage report from Mount Zion of a possible tornado. So you can definitely see this line segment. This line right along the cold front basically kind of undercut this supercell. But this has a little more of that supercellular shape to it. You can see kind of it's a little kidney bean, and then it hooks back around where we have a little bit of inflow notch. And that's where we typically would see that tornadic feature, little rear flank downdraft, some cool air on the outside. That enhances the spin a little bit. And then also a little bit of a nudge from this line segment. That also brings in a little cooler air. But that was able to sustain itself for a decent period before even that got undercut. I haven't seen as many features like that in the last hour or so. All right, let's go up and take a look at our new tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning. This is that area around Willimac, Monon, and Francisville. This is going to be for northern White County and southwestern Pulaski County until 6:15 Eastern. That'll be 5:15 Central. Severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado over Remington. That's moving east at 60 miles an hour. This is one of those little areas in the line segment that does have a little bit more of a supercellular shape. You can kind of see it in here, how it kind of bumps up, and there's a little notch right in there. That does have a little bit more vigorous look to it. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that indicates it on the ground. We're in a little bit of a radar hole. Let's see where we're getting radar out of. Boy, that one's going to be tough to see. We're kind of far from all the radars. But yeah, there is a bit of a circulation in here between Rensselaer and Remington. You can see it in here very broadly, but again, we're watching from pretty good distance in here. That's going to be making its way towards Monon and Lakeside. The Chicago radar, again, we're looking up really far, but maybe see it a little bit clearer in here. But wind's going towards the radar for Chicago and then away from the radar in here. There's one of the other areas of circulation down here near Wadena. This whole line has some circulations on it, but some of those are pretty broad. As this gets closer to the radar over by Warsaw, we may get a better look at this. And the problem on a day like today is if we're not closer to the radar site, we could get tornadoes that are just not detected by the correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient would have to really elevate some debris up to the level of our radar beam. But this does look a little bit more suspicious, just the reflectivity look of this. I'm going to kind of trace out where kind of the leading edge of this line segment. And that'll give us a little better indication of where this is going. I'm going to be kind of generous with this, but okay. Well, the draw tool is misbehaving. So they dropped most of that warning. This is out of the Chicago. Yeah, this is out of the Chicago Weather Service. But they re-added the part of southeastern Jasper County to match the warning that extends to the east. This would be the new warning polygon out of northern Indiana. So we're getting also the exchange here. The storm is also right along the boundary between two different Weather Service offices. But I like how they did that. There's not a threat anymore for tornadic circulation up here in other parts of Jasper County, around Rensselaer, Pleasant Ridge, Mount Ayr, Surrey, and Newland. It's really in this area here around Hanging Grove, McCorysburg, and then approaching areas like Monon, Francisville, Lakeside, Pulaski, Sitka, and Lee. We also got to trim that warning back down to the southwest for Remington, Fowler, Oxford, and Boswell. Let's just see if resetting the radar resets that draw tool. Yeah, still kind of frozen, but here's the camera around Rensselaer, so you can see the look of this storm. That's on the back side. A little bit of a lower base, kind of straight ahead of that camera. But it's going to be really hard to see stuff if you're not right along this line segment. There we go. Okay. We're going to advance this at 60 miles an hour. Still kind of misbehaving. Okay. So, all right, now we got it working. Don't know what the issue was there, but basically that circulation, that didn't draw it great, but go back to the reflectivity real quick. I'll draw it from the reflectivity. That's going to be along this line right here, working towards the east. Let it kind of east like that. So Monon, about 6 minutes. Francisville, 8. And if it holds together, Royal Center, Indiana, about 25. That would also likely be about 15 to 20 minutes to Winnemac if that area of circulation holds together. Yeah, and the circulation is here between Remington and Monon, or south and east of Rensselaer. Really radar indicated circulation, and that's until 6:15 Eastern, moving east at 60 miles an hour. Couple new warnings are getting extended out here as we get to close to the top of the hour, close to 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern, in about 10 minutes. And as those warnings kind of expire and get ready to expire, the weather services are going to continue those. So we've now continued a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag for parts of Indiana, west central Indiana, Montgomery, Vermilion, Park, Fountain counties. That's going to include Veedersburg, Highland, Rockville, Clinton. It's for those storms that are near Danville and Georgetown. And now Paris, Illinois are going to continue moving that way. This also includes areas just west of Crawfordsville along I-74. We've picked up new warnings into southern Illinois. Strong winds coming through the Effingham area down towards Newton, Louisville, and Flora. A little bit of a spin in that line segment near Louisville. We'll keep an eye on that. And then down towards Mount Vernon, severe thunderstorms, 60-mile-an-hour winds. No tornado possible tags down here, although there is a circulation near Dix. That'll continue towards Wayne City and Sisney. We'll keep an eye on that little kink in the line. And then also strong storms near Pinckneyville. Tornado possible tag there, DuQuoin, Illinois, and Pinckneyville. And then down here into Missouri, tornado possible tag for Perryville, Old Appleton, and Grand Tower over on the Illinois side, Murfreesboro, Sand Ridge, Pomona, and Alto Pass. First severe warning of the day in Missouri. Watching some storms into the Ozarks between Poplar Bluff and Piedmont. Those will work into areas around Sykeston and Cape Girardeau. Keep our eye on those. Surprised this cell doesn't have a tornado possible tag, at least. This one actually looks decently vigorous. Get a new look at this here in a second. Yeah, that's tightened up a little bit, just north of Mount Vernon, right along the interstate there. I think that's 57. But this area here around Irvin Road, just east of Boyd and just north of Idawood, keep an eye on this area. A little bit of circulation in here going towards and away from the radar. That's in a little bit more favorable environment here, these storms to the south. Also looking here, there's a bit of a Boeing segment showing in this storm to the east of Effingham as it approaches Newton. So keep an eye on some of these Boeing segments in here as well. This area also near Louisville or Louisville also has a little bit of spin to it. So some of those southern Illinois storms have picked up in the last little while. They're looking a little healthier than our storms in northern Indiana at the moment. Some pretty strong winds coming through Paris. That'll approach Highland, Clinton, and Rockville, approaching Crawfordsville. And then we can see, even from this distance, there is a broad area of circulation in here in this tornado-warned storm near Monon and Francisville, coming towards Winnemac and Royal Center. That's from the Indianapolis radar. Yeah, still in this area. Hard to see a little bit further from the radar sites there. Take a look at our storms into, or not our storms, but our snow and our blizzard conditions into Minnesota. It is not a fun night across Minnesota right now. Much of southern and central parts of Minnesota are under blizzard conditions, or blizzard conditions are possible from Marshall to Wilmer, over towards Mankato, and then areas like Rochester and Austin, all the way up through St. Cloud, just west of Minneapolis, St. Paul. The western suburbs of Minneapolis, St. Paul are under blizzard warnings, and also the northwestern suburbs. And then up into areas like Fergus Falls, Fargo, Hillsborough, up through Grand Forks, and all the way up to the state line and the international border with Canada up here in northern North Dakota, northern Minnesota. Blizzard warnings. A bunch of winter storm warnings are extended across northern Wisconsin for heavy snow and also blowing snow. Possibly some blizzard conditions isolated, but winds there aren't going to be quite as strong, still gusting to 45, causing blowing and drifting snow and visibility issues. Once we get into Wisconsin, it's more of a heavy snow event. And then blizzard conditions possible along the southern shores of Lake Superior. Winds gusting as high as 65 miles an hour, and also 14 to 24 inches, possibly 2 feet of snow in areas south of Lake Superior. As this system kind of swings through, it's going to bring its own snow. And then behind it, the lake effect snow machine really cranks up, and that's going to get kicking in the next day or so, and even extending a little longer till Tuesday across areas here in the southern Great Lakes. And we do see there's winter storm warnings now in effect across areas in western New York for heavy snow, 1 to 2 feet of snow possible in the south towns of Buffalo, and that's from Monday through Friday. So an extended winter storm warning there. In the Northeast, it's a little bit different of a situation, a little warmer nose of this system, and the warm front is kind of stretching across the Northeast. So areas of freezing precip is especially possible into northern New England. Freezing rain, also winds up to 60 or 50 miles an hour, and some snow accumulating 3 to 6 inches into upstate New York. But particularly parts of the areas in New England are going to see more of the ice situation. Parts of Maine, Wisconsin, Vermont, or sorry, I said Wisconsin. Parts of Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont, up to 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice. Even some locations, some of the models showed even a little higher than that. That's going to be a winter storm warning. Wouldn't be surprised if this converts to an ice storm warning, but that's from this evening around 10 p.m. through 7 p.m. on Monday. May get some mixed precip and ice across the lower parts of the southern parts of the New England, but this is going to change over to rain in time across parts of the Hudson Valley. So only about a 1/10 of an inch of ice, and that's until 2 a.m. Monday. Even overnight, the temperatures are going to warm, and by 3, 4, 5 in the morning, it's actually going to be all rain for parts of the Hudson Valley. So when can you see storms? Let's take a look at that real quick and back out just and get kind of a better look at things. Whoa, that went a little crazy. This draw tool has been a little finicky today. So let's see, it's about 7:25 in the Indianapolis, close to about 8:30 in Louisville, and then 9 o'clock roughly around Dayton up to Cincinnati and up to Lima, Ohio, and then about 10 p.m. in Columbus up towards Fremont and Norwalk, and then certainly closer about 6 6:30 for areas around Evansville, Owensboro, and closer then if you're towards Paducah. But that gives you an idea. Since these are moving at highway speed, it's only going to take a couple hours really for these to get into your locations. And we've lost some of the tornado warnings. So that's a good sign. Just one tornado warning. Go back and take a look at this storm. It's near Monon and just south of Willimac in north central Indiana. Take a look at our velocity scan. Still seeing some broad rotation in here. It's not super punchy right now, but around that Monon area, that's where we see the circulation kind of centered. It's wrapped up in this rain, so likely kind of right in there is where we're seeing that one. That's going to continue towards Royal Center, Willimac, and eventually areas, if it holds together, towards Fulton. This particular circulation should stay north of Logansport, although just to the west of Logansport, you're still going to be dealing with strong storms coming in. I do want to look here. This other warning covers Lafayette, Indiana, Frankfort, Mulberry, Rossville, Laura, Deer Creek, and Delphi, Indiana. Storms moving through right now. Don't look particularly strong at the moment. Tornado possible tag for Highland, Rockville, Clinton. Mostly a heavy wind event at the moment. And then their newest warning, Casey over towards Marshall. There's a little bit better of a circulation in here. There's some embedded circulations. But there is one near Martinsville, Illinois. One to watch in that part of the storm. And then also taking a look down into southern parts of Illinois, where we've had some pretty strong storms of recent. Louisville, Newton, Flora, severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. And then down towards Mount Vernon, severe thunderstorm warning continues for the Mount Vernon area. Some of these have looked interesting at times. There's been some little areas of rotation in here. And then down towards Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, and then across towards Perryville, Missouri. Tornado possible tag there over towards Murfreesboro in southern Illinois. And then the newest severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado possible tag, gets extended out from that area around DuQuoin through Benton. Yeah, these two storms here have a little bit of inflow notching that we have to watch there, and then a little bit of a surge on the rear flank side. So those areas have some broad circulation. It's not super tight at the moment. That's why those two cells have tornado possible tags. Right now, it's more of a severe thunderstorm threat with the damaging winds. 60-mile-an-hour damaging winds, maybe some small hail in a couple of those cells. The one just north of Mount Vernon and also has that same kind of characteristic. We haven't seen any tornado warnings in this part of the U.S. yet, but we'll keep an eye on those. And then some strong to severe thunderstorms are potentially possible all the way down here into southeast parts of Missouri, Marble Hill, Scott City, Sikeston, Charleston. Stronger storms going up here between Poplar Bluff and Piedmont, also over towards Doniphan. If you're in areas basically west of I-57, except for southern Illinois, you're clear of your severe weather threat. So Urbana, Effingham, up through Chicago, you're all clear of the severe weather threat this evening. That includes areas that got hit decently hard around Decatur, southwest or south of Springfield, Illinois, and then St. Louis kind of missed out on the storms. They mostly developed east of town. But St. Louis, you're clear of the severe weather, maybe some snow showers coming in later this evening. Trained flooding report there, train spotter flooding report around Portage. that's an interesting report. Parts of Willow Creek Road on the south side of Portage are flooded. Several inches of standing water. Multiple vehicles got struck, or stuck, not struck. And that was reported by law enforcement and a trained spotter. Pretty heavy rain along the warm front earlier this morning with some training rounds of storms. So likely some of that. The Weather Prediction Center did have a marginal risk of excessive rainfall across that area. I'm looking at the camera on the blizzard side of things, and yeah, it is coming down. I think the visibility may have gotten worse. It also is getting darker, so that makes it even really trickier to drive. If you don't have to drive tonight across Minnesota, I would avoid it if you can. Here's a look at I-65 in the Lafayette area. So heavy rain right now affecting this area. Tornado possible tag. Look at these storms in here. And once again, they're kind of riding right along that cold front. So they're really getting undercut. They're not sustaining the mature updrafts that we would like to expect, I guess, or like to see if we were looking for more severe weather. But yeah, they're just getting a little bit too undercut, I think, for a really extensive tornado outbreak at the moment. And even one that would have more QLCS tornadoes. Newest warning includes Terre Haute, Indiana, Brazil. It's for that area that's going to be coming out of eastern Illinois around Martinsville and Marshall. Working its way to the northeast, Elbridge. And now coming through Paris. I just want to see, they have also accelerated the speed up to 70 miles an hour. So that's going to be working its way through very quickly here across the Terre Haute metro. Terre Haute about 6:17, so about 15 to 17 minutes. That'll be into Terre Haute. A little more about 6:30 to Brazil and about 6:40 to Greencastle. Yeah, really filling in the severe thunderstorm warnings. Logansport, Peru, just south of Rochester, Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag is going to get extended out through that area. Not seeing a real vigorous area of circulation in this part of the line, but some spin-up tornadoes are possible all the way basically south of Route 30. I believe this is Route 30 here near Donaldson and Plymouth. Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure that's Route 30 right there. Along and south of Route 30 is, I think, the best chance of severe weather in Indiana. North of there, towards South Bend, you may get a rumble of thunder, some gusty winds, but nothing severe. Like some plows trying to work through on the Minnesota camera. Still kind of bobbling up and down, indicating those higher winds. Yeah, wow, they're in some pretty strong winds there. The camera's really started to shake there. Again, potentially some 50, 55 mile an hour wind gusts. You can see the cars kind of following behind the plows as they clear the road. Like there's a few different plows working through there. Visibility has dropped some since we started looking at that camera. This tornado warning expires in about 6 minutes. I'm guessing they're just going to let this expire and basically let the extended severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag kind of take over. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible, still in there, but it's really broad circulation at the moment. Just not seeing anything really tight at the moment here, really along the line. Some of the more vigorous circulations that we can at least pick out on radar are down in the southern parts of Illinois. Haven't had any tornado warnings there yet. Yeah, the storms just look a little healthier down here. And there's these little kinks in the line. There's one near Newton. You see winds going away from the radar and then surging towards the radar right in here. That's one that has some broad circulation to it. And then pretty sharp line of storms now through Mount Vernon, approaching Wayne City with some small hail and gusty winds. Tornado possible tag down near Murfreesboro. Yeah, there is some rotation also in this storm between Sand Ridge and Murfreesboro. For the most part, that storm is now out of Missouri. Rotation picking up a little bit on that cell. And that warning has expired for Pulaski and White counties. So at the moment, for the first time since our stream started, no tornado warnings in progress. Watching this cell around Marble Hill, Missouri as well. It doesn't have a warning on it right now, but some punchy winds possible coming into Marble Hill. Some also broad rotation. And then the cell also coming towards Poplar Bluff has maybe some small hail and gusty winds as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple more warnings out of Missouri this evening. They are going to extend a tornado possible tag for that cell that we just kind of went over around Newton in Illinois. That's going to be out for Oblong and Robinson, approaching Palestine, Illinois. Yeah, still some broad rotation in here between Newton and Hunt City, south of Hidalgo. That's going to be along, let's see, areas like Willow Hill, Brookville, 100th Avenue. That's a new warning there scrolling across your screen. That's for Crawford and eastern Jasper counties into east central southeastern Illinois. Moving at 50 miles an hour to the east. Yeah, we'll keep watching this cell right here. You can see a little bit of the brighter reds going away from the radar and then kind of hooking back towards the radar, these brighter greens. That's now east of Newton and just riding along that 100th Avenue. That holds together, it'd be around Robinson and in about 15 minutes or so. And then if it really holds together, around Linton, Indiana, in about 40 minutes. Maybe a little more because that was set for the 70 mile an hour, and I think it's moving at about 55. Back to our storms around Terre Haute and Crawfordsville. Take a look at these cells. See that sharp divide of winds in here. Coming through Marshall, approaching Terre Haute in the next few minutes. No tornado warnings in progress right now. Then also check our storms near Lafayette, Indiana. A couple areas of circulation, but they're not super vigorous. They're not very tight. Yeah, the ingredients just aren't coming together perfectly for these storms to have sustained updrafts and mesocyclones at the moment. This was our tornado warned storm earlier, just south of Willimac. And yeah, not seeing much circulation in there anymore, so that's a good sign. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. It's going to be in southern Illinois, Carbondale and Marion, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and maybe some small hail in this cell. This is the cell coming out of Murfreesboro. There is some rotation in here. We'll keep an eye on that near Murfreesboro. But take a look at correlation coefficient, just see if there's anything going on weird in there. Not really. Yeah, nothing interesting yet in there, but you have to watch this little notch right in here. There's a little notching feature in here, kind of right over Murfreesboro. It's a fairly small scale feature. It's a little tighter than some of our other circulations that we've watched today. Yeah, you can definitely see that spin in there on the reflectivity, as well as the velocity scan, which is also not very vigorous, but it's definitely in there. And yeah, you can see it on the reflectivity too, this little bulge, this little notch. That's one to watch. That's a storm to watch as it moves through areas around Carbondale, Carterville, Johnston City, Heron, West Frankfort, and Marion. The new warning goes out for Williamson, Jackson, and Franklin counties in south central Illinois, and that is moving at 55 miles an hour. So I get a track on this for anyone that lives in this ahead of this line, because this is a little bit more of a vigorous part of the line segment in here. And I'm just going to take it out for the whole track, essentially. So about 23 minutes, it's going to be along that I-57 corridor from West Frankfort, Johnston City, down to Marion. About 7 to 10 minutes to Carbondale, Carterville, about 14. And areas like Heron and Ziegler, about 15 to 20 minutes. A nasty cell. That's one of the stronger cells right now that we've been tracking across southern Illinois here in the last little while. New severe thunderstorm warning, again, another tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Olney, Sumner, Parkersburg, and Noble in east central Illinois. You can see that sharp surge of wind in here. And kind of right in there, that would be where there's a little bit of a circulation. That's not much, though. This is mostly a damaging wind threat at the moment, coming through Olney and coming towards Parkersburg. Pretty nasty line of storms now into southern Illinois, and a solid line of severe warned storms from Terre Haute all the way back through Newton and Olney, Mount Vernon, approaching Marion, Carbondale, and then over towards south of Perryville, north of Jackson, Missouri. Some rotation still in that tornado possible severe thunderstorm just north of Jackson, Missouri there. Then working all the way up here, Rockville, Crawfordsville, Lafayette, Logansport, Rochester, and Indiana, all severe thunderstorm warned storms. Still watching a couple areas of rotation in here, tornado possible tag on this storm, Tippecanoe, Warsaw, Walnut, and Rochester. These storms are quickly advancing towards this radar site, so we can get a better look at the storms on the lower levels as they approach that Route 30 corridor. Again, though, I think north of Route 30, not a big severe threat. Up towards Bremen, South Bend, Elkhart, Benton, and then eventually further east towards LaGrange, Angola, Jamestown, and Butler. Another shot. This is the Twin Cities near the airport. So these are always interesting shots because the airport is a pretty heavily traveled area. So checking out the roads near the airport is, if the roads are bad here, they're probably worse other places that are less traveled. Yeah, for Minnesota, I mean, Minnesota drivers are decently good at driving in the snow. They're used to it. So right now it looks like mostly snow-covered roads, but some lanes are better than others. When I was looking at the cameras, you could see the wind blowing sideways, some snow across the camera lens. So there's definitely visibility issues and heavy winds. Yeah, you can see them in the car lights when the cars come towards this camera. So it looks kind of calm. That's why it's kind of hard to really cover some of the winter weather live streaming, because some of these cameras just look somewhat peaceful until you really look at details, like looking at the car lights, and you can see the blowing snow. Or in the very far distance, you can see the highway lights. You can see the snow kind of blowing through those. And then, yeah, still, that camera's going to reset, but should get a new look at that shot out of the Faribault area. All right, new tornado warning. This is our first tornado warning in a little while. Yeah, there's a new look at the, oh, you can really see the wind whipping on the camera in the street lights there. That is some wind-driven snow. All right, new tornado warning. This is for that area around Rockville. It's going to be south of Crawfordsville. And let's take a look here and see what we have. Park, Montgomery, and Putnam counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado near Rockville, and that's moving east at 45, about 19 miles north of Terre Haute. Radar indicator rotation. Looks like it briefly tightened up, and then it's broadened out since. That happens, especially like we're seeing right now, when these mesocyclones can't really sustain themselves, but within a scan or two, you can see it tightening south of Highland near Armiesburg. Right when they issued the warning, actually a decently tight area circulation in here near Early Station. Let's see if that did anything in here. Nothing that really shows up. Yeah, and that's just how it really undercut that circulation. Because the circulation was kind of in here near Armiesburg, and now you can see that cooler air cutting in underneath, and it really just put that circulation on the backside, so it's not getting any access to the warm, moist inflow at the moment. There still is some broader circulation within the thunderstorm, but we're not seeing that distinct tightening that we saw just a couple of minutes ago for basically one scan. Yeah, there was the scan where it really tightened up, and then it's weakened since. But still some circulation over Rockville. Yeah, there's a look at the broader view of it. What did they have this at? They had it at 55, 45. Okay, slowed it down a little bit. At 55, that's going to approach Russellville in about 16 minutes, Parkersburg 21, Judson, and Nilesville in about 5 to 7 minutes. So if you're in that area, definitely take heed of the tornado warning. Lowest level into your room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There is still broad rotation in there, and we could see that retighten just in a different spot. So we'll keep an eye on that tornado warned area there around Rockville, Indiana. Some really gusty winds coming through Terre Haute, some broad rotation as well, coming towards Brazil, Prairieton, Prairie Creek. There's that tornado warned circulation around Rockville. And then approaching Crawfordsville, some pretty heavy winds. Some embedded circulation in here, but not seeing anything imminently tornadic, at least at the moment. Coming through Lafayette, approaching Rossville, Mulberry, Flora, and Deer Creek. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue through Logansport, Rochester, and Warsaw. I think they are going to warn that other warning. Yeah, a couple new warnings coming out here. Tornado warnings for southeast or south central parts of Illinois. And it was that one area that we were watching for a little while as it came across. Let me just make sure I got my spots right. Yeah, this is a couple of those cells we were watching a little bit ago. The one that's come out of the Mount Vernon area, and then one that over here near Olney. And you can see these little notching features in here. Yeah, this was an area I was watching for a few more tornadic circulations. This one's showing up pretty good near Olney, and then also this notch in here near Mount Erie. Those are going to be moving east towards Parkersburg, West Salem, and then Olney through Claremont. Surprised they didn't extend these warnings further since they're moving at 50 miles an hour. But let's see, that's for northeastern Richland County and southeastern Illinois. And then the other warning is for northeastern Wayne, northwestern Wabash, and northern Edwards counties, also in southeast Illinois. Moving at 35 miles an hour. I think it's moving quicker than that. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple more warnings out of this line segment down here in southern Illinois. Okay, Paducah, Lincoln. That's why there's kind of split warnings there. So Paducah warned theirs, Lincoln warned their warning, and then now Lincoln kind of fills it in. So that's why Parkersburg originally wasn't in the warning. Calhoun and Parkersburg, you guys are now in that circulation warning. Let's get some times in here. First, I want to see if Lincoln, yeah, 55 miles an hour. I think that is a typo on the Paducah one. None of these storms have been moving at 35, but all right, let's get some tracks in here. Parkersburg, about 10 minutes or less. West Salem, about 14 minutes. So if you're in Parkersburg, Illinois, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is right on the leading edge of this circulation, so it's going to kind of be hard to really detect in the correlation coefficient since we're right on the edge of that clear air. Still just radar indicated, so we'll keep an eye on that area right there. And then this one also up towards Olney. I don't see anything defined in the CC. It'd be right in this area here, just to the north side of Olney. And that one also moving at, I believe, 55 miles an hour. That one is going to approach areas to just north of Olney. Not really seeing any distinct towns out there. Let's see if we can zoom in, see if it's going to stay north of Lawrenceville, likely. So areas up towards Birds, Illinois, about 24 minutes. That's a very small community north of Lawrenceville. The southern edge of that cell is the stronger of those two circulations at the moment. So really 3 tornado warning storms. The one is duplicated by the different warning offices, but the one near Parkersburg and Olney, Illinois, that's also approaching West Salem. And then up north of Terre Haute, we saw that brief tightening near Rockville, and then it broadened out very quickly. Tornado warning continues to the east of Rockville. Yeah, it has stayed broad, but if you're in this area, Waveland, Russellville, stay in your safe place for a few more minutes. Let this storm pass. Newest warning goes out. Tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning extends up through Greencastle, Cloverdale, Brazil. Going to be areas east of Terre Haute, out towards Sullivan, Jasonville, Cass, and Linton. They've also extended the warning through Crawfordsville. Basically areas north and west of Indianapolis, Lebanon, Thornton, and Frankfort. Looks like Indianapolis is probably going to get some severe thunderstorms. We'll have to see how severe they are. You can see the winds are whipping in the lights. You can see the snow blowing across the street lights. This is on I-35 in Faribault, Minnesota, and also tricky travel in the Twin Cities. This is at 494 eastbound and Minnesota Highway 5. All right, let's go back through our tornado warned storms. Still seeing the tornado warned storm near Rockville. In case this thing retightens. We saw it briefly tighten, and it stayed broad since then, but still stay in your safe place there, Waveland and Russellville. That's into west central Indiana. And then still seeing these two areas, you can see the bulges in the reflectivity with these two cells. Wouldn't be surprised if this area down near Fairfield is starting to tighten up. Let's take a look at that too. Yeah, a couple areas there near Fairfield also starting to tighten up. If we get into this stronger QLCS type situation, it becomes QLCS whack-a-mole. And yeah, they are going to issue a tornado warning there for those cells near Fairfield. It just becomes these small circulations. They spin up, they tighten, and then within a couple scans, they weaken. These two have sustained themselves at least a little bit, but there is a little bit of a notch in here. And then also you can see that notch east of Olney. Should stay north of Lawrenceville. Go to our newest warning. This is out of the Paducah National Weather Service office. Typically a busy office for tornado warnings. They are pros at NWS Paducah. Southwestern Wayne, southwestern Wabash, southern Edwards, and southwestern Gibson counties, all in southeast-ish Illinois and southwest Indiana. Capable producing tornado at 50 miles an hour. Okay, yeah, you can see the squiggly white line. That's the border between Indiana and Illinois. So that's the Wabash River, just north of Grayville and just west of Mount Carmel. If I was in those locations, I would consider taking my tornado safety precautions. If I lived there, I would. You know, the street 2 streets away is under a tornado warning. I'm not going to take any chances. There's two circulations in here. The one is actually unwarned. The tighter one right now is just north of Fairfield, approaching Mount Erie, and then the broader one is kind of over Fairfield. They both have potential to have some quick spin-up tornadoes. They're right along the leading edge of this line segment, so it's going to be really hard to detect them. That is clear air in here right now, so don't believe they're on the ground, at least visually on the correlation coefficient. Take a look, and that's a little bit messier on that Fairfield one, but still kind of right along the leading edge. I would take my tornado safety precautions really anywhere along this line segment from Olney and near Lawrenceville all the way down through Grayville. There are several little areas of circulation in here. We can see that with the inflow notch right here and the rotation on the backside right there. There's one that's basically riding along this warning polygon, approaching Parkersburg. And then there's the more vigorous one north of Fairfield. That's in here. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets its own warning. It probably should. And then also the one that's over or now just east of Fairfield. So that's some QLCS madness for you with potentially 4 tornadic circulations in a fairly small area into southeast parts of Illinois. But yeah, if you're out in front of this line, start to think of your tornado safety precautions. That's Sumner, Bridgeport, Lawrenceville in Illinois, and then Vincennes, Princeton, Indiana, Mount Carmel, and then also Grayville, Illinois. I would also take my tornado safety precautions there. Let's check these again and just make sure there's none that are... Yeah, they're going to warn... They're going to warn the middle one now, too. Oh boy, tornado warnings popping off. Wayne County, Wabash County, Edwards County, and Gibson counties. Those are all for Illinois, and then Gibson in Indiana. That's going to officially put some of those cities I was just talking about. Mount Carmel, you guys are now in a tornado warning, and that one is the most vigorous at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised if that is close to producing a quick tornado. Oh boy. Let's zoom in on this one. See that little thumb that's sticking out? That is a pretty vigorous QLCS circulation in here, and it's pretty tight. That is a pretty tight area of circulation. It's going to be at least producing probably 70, 75 mile an hour winds potentially in here, with a pretty distinct area of circulation. Wow. Okay, new warning. This is going to extend the warning out for Olney. That cell near Olney, coming north of Lawrenceville. We called that earlier. South of Robinson into southeast parts of Illinois. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there. Lawrence, Crawford, Jasper, Richland counties, all in southeast Illinois. And we have a QLCS party. These are whack-a-mole situations. They're really annoying to detect on radar. And you really just kind of, I don't know, I go back and forth. Sometimes I just would rather have the whole line kind of warned as what we saw a little bit earlier, where they say a line of tornado producing or capable of producing storms. In this case, because there's some different national weather services working here, they're going to warn kind of the whole thing separate. But we have at least 4 areas of pretty tight rotation. The one that I'm most concerned about right now is the one just north and east of Fairfield. But we can see all these little thumb notch situations. The one near Parkersburg has backed off a little bit, but this one right here near just north of Albion and Golden Gate, this is the one that I was saying earlier has, I think that one likely does have a tornado on the ground. That one is likely on the ground now with some CC drop right in there. Let's take a look at this again. And let's get this to play. Yeah, I don't think that should be there. That correlation coefficient drop. Yeah, it's right in the thumb. That, I believe, is, yeah, that's going to be a tornadic circulation. Tornado likely on the ground near County Road 2575. This will tell us the non-meteorological targets or meteorological targets. When we see it more of a distinct non-meteorological target area, and that is surrounded by the purple colors that you see, these are all meteorological targets in here, then that's pretty good. This is clear air contamination out here, so that's nothing. But this is likely a tornado on the ground just north of Tom's Prairie, Illinois. Yeah, and it just moved. It's crossing County Road 2575. Crossing roads County Road 2575. Going to go towards Black. And just it's going to stay north of County Road 850. Likely just staying north of Albion. Yep, there's the area of circulation. It's within that little thumb and distinct area of circulation there. Let's check out our other circulation. See, I don't see it in here. This is another circulation near Klein's Corner. That is going to ride on County Road 850. But that one is not as defined as our cell to the north, although it's starting to pick up in intensity too. So this one likely not on the ground. This one likely is. A couple areas of circulation there. Go up to our area around Parkersburg. This last look wasn't looking as spectacular. Yeah, it's more of a sheer line at the moment. We can see more of the reds and grays. They aren't really meeting. They're kind of separated by that gray line, or the reds and greens, I should say. But that one has kind of spun down, at least momentarily. We can always see if they spin back up. This one in here is in very rural parts of southeast Illinois, approaching Birds and Flat Rock, Illinois. That one doesn't look as punchy, but still seeing some rotation in that cell. Take a look at that. And yeah, not seeing a distinct CC signature with that either. So good news there. I do want to go briefly up the line. Make sure, it looks like we've lost our tornado warning around Rockville in Indiana, so that's a good sign there. that circulation briefly showed, but then it very quickly diminished. The ones in Illinois, in southern Illinois, are ones that I kind of flagged earlier that had a little bit better environment. Let's take a look briefly since these are coming towards the Indianapolis area. Yeah, there's some circulation in here, but they're not as punchy as the ones further south. Further south, we have a little bit more vigorous of a situation. The two on the southern end of this, near Golden Gate and Mount Erie, are the ones I'm most concerned about. However, if you're in a tornado warning in southeast parts of Illinois, you need to take your tornado safety measures. And the one, I think, just south of Mount Erie was on the ground, at least briefly. You can see that has diminished some. I think there still is a little bit of a CC lowering in here. Yeah, see how it's also spread out a little bit? That usually indicates that it is lifting or weakening. But definitely, I think we had a brief touchdown there. Yeah, still in there, so that could either be on the ground or weakened and lifted now, but you can see these little notch situations in here. There's one right there. They're really close to each other, which is very interesting. Haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, now they're not showing up as much in the correlation coefficient, so can't say they're lifted. I mean, you can have weak tornadoes that just don't lift to the radar beam, but the one that we saw, at least, is likely not on the ground right now. That is that's a mess. Yeah, if you're in those areas in southeast Illinois, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. And also, if you're in the areas east of there, Albion, Belmont, Grayville, Mount Carmel, West Salem, it's time to go to your tornado safe space. That's your lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a storm shelter, that's your best option, or a basement. By the way, just checking some stuff from the National Weather Service and getting some updates. National Weather Service out of Twin Cities, while we're dealing with these tornado warnings, just updated a little bit ago. In all capitals, all capital letters with exclamation points, they posted, dangerous, potentially life-threatening travel conditions continue through early morning, through early Monday morning. Strengthening winds and continued snow are expected through most of tonight. The blizzard warnings are going to continue, and the winter storm warnings. Additionally, 4 to 6 inches of snow in the Twin Cities, and especially south and east of the Twin Cities, in the areas near our traffic camera around Faribault, Minnesota, Rochester, Red Wing, and then out towards La Crosse, Wisconsin. an additional 4 to 6 inches, locally higher into northern Wisconsin as well. But yes, if you don't have to travel across Minnesota, Wisconsin, the UP of Michigan, please don't. It is dangerous travel. The National Weather Service specifically advising not to travel due to those dangerous conditions. Still seeing a circulation in here. This is that cell that came across the Olney area. Actually, it's a newer circulation. I think it's actually getting replaced by a new QLCS circulation a little further on the south side, but it's still going to come towards that area around Russellville and Birds, just north of Lawrenceville. Parkersburg one, that's again more of a shear line right now. Not worried about a tornadic circulation there. And we have kind of double circulations coming through the areas around Bone Gap, Albion, Golden Gate, Browns, Belmont, Keensburg, and Mount Carmel. If you're also just north of Grayville, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Take a look and see. Not seeing, at least just quick eye, not seeing those circulations on the ground at the moment on the correlation coefficient, but those are both two pretty nasty circulations that we've seen. And at the very least, they're going to increase the damaging wind threat across this area. And let's get a track on this. Now these can wobble, so if you're outside of the track I just put, if you're outside of the track that I just drew, but you're still in the tornado warning, you need to take your tornado safety measures. But essentially, this is going to be the track of those two areas of circulation. And this track covers both of those areas of circulation. But Bone Gap, down towards Browns, about 5 to 7 minutes. Albion, it's right now, 3 minutes or less to Albion. And then Belmont and Keensburg, about 11 to 14 minutes. Mount Carmel and White River, about 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes to get to your tornado safe space at your lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you live in a mobile home or a camping trailer, maybe staying over at someone's for the holidays, you need to get out of that mobile home or the camping trailer and get to a sturdy, permanent structure. And if you're out here near Keensburg or Mount Carmel, you do have 20 minutes. So you can get, hopefully quickly and efficiently, walk over to the neighbors that has a permanent structure and get into that tornado safe space for them. That Boeing segment of those two areas of circulation is also going to be probably extend the damaging wind threat. Again, potentially some 60 to 70 mile an hour damaging winds coming into that area as well. And that can do damage alone on mobile homes and camping trailers and tents and non-permanent structures. Further south, severe thunderstorms, tornado possible coming through McLeansburg, Shawneetown, Carrier Mill. And then they are going to add the little sliver of that new circulation south of Birds, just to the north and east of Sumner. Yeah, that's a tightening area of circulation just north of Sumner. A little closer to Lawrenceville, it's around Petrolia, Illinois. Tornado possible there, coming up towards Pinkstaff, Russellville, and just north of Lawrenceville. If you're on the north side of Lawrenceville, I would also take my tornado safety precautions there. Pretty tight area developing right there near Petrolia. If they've updated, still at 50 miles an hour, so they've matched it with the other warning. But yeah, you can see that area of circulation coming into this area. Let's draw that out. Not sure we're going to get many communities right in that area. If it starts to turn a little towards the right, Lawrenceville, you could be in it in about 5 minutes. If it stays on its current track, it's going to go just north of Lawrenceville. And then extending out into Indiana, Enninson in about 18 minutes. That has tightened up some just near Petrolia and just north of Bridgeport. Take a look again and see if we can get any correlation coefficient drop in there. Not seeing one right at the second, but sometimes we get a tightening on the velocity before we get the drop in the correlation coefficient. Sorry, I had to sneeze there real quick. Check these circulations here. They're still in here. They broadened out a little bit, so that's a good sign. Likely becoming a little bit more wind dominant here, but still seeing some circulation in here near Bone Gap and also Albion. Tornado warnings continue there towards Mount Carmel. Take a look at this cell to the south. It has a little bit of a notching feature. Some rotation, but not tight right now. We'll keep an eye on that one as it comes towards Norris City. And I was just talking about that wind threat getting enhanced there by that Boeing segment. They have actually added a tornado possible considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be through Mount Carmel, Johnston, Fort Branch, and Princeton, Indiana. Yeah, you can see that wind showing up right through Albion right now. Tornadic circulations passing just to the north of that community. And yeah, that's going to affect a few more people than just those small QLCS circulations. So if you're out ahead of this, also if you're in a mobile home or a temporary structure, you want to seek a sturdy shelter with 70-mile-an-hour winds. And this is moving at highway speeds, 60 miles an hour to the east. Okay, so there's your timing, and I think I need to adjust this just a little bit. 60 miles an hour. There's your timing. About 20 to 24 minutes to Princeton, 14 or less there to Mount Carmel, and about 25 to Fort Branch. Grayville, about 9 to 10 minutes. And then Belmont, it's about 5 minutes or less. So potentially some 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through this area into southern Illinois and southwest parts of Indiana, with still some embedded circulation in here. We're also really close to the radar site. The radar site out of Johnson, Indiana there. So we're getting a really good look, a low-level look at this area of circulation, but also this area of wind. Yeah, there's potentially some 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. That may not be reaching the ground level. We're still up a few hundred to 1,000 feet or so. But if, you know, if a good chunk of that is reaching the ground, then you're looking at the 70-mile-an-hour winds. Potentially even a little higher, I think, in here. 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds. Certainly a possibility. And yeah, this is moving so quick. When I go back and forth between the velocity and the reflectivity, the thing jumps ahead. You can also see there's kind of a, I don't know, a speckly correlation coefficient. That indicates not necessarily a tornadic circulation, but there is stuff getting picked up, likely by those winds. Especially since we're now closing in on the radar site and we're seeing a lower level area of winds. But to see if this surges out, it could tighten on the other side of it. As winds surge out here towards Belmont and east of Albion, we'll have to see it. Sometimes this area on the north side tightens back up. So we'll look for possibly a tightening area of tornadic circulation. New severe thunderstorm warning covers Vincennes, Monroe City, Washington, Plainville, Bicknell, Bussern, Odin, Bloomfield, Worthington, all the way up areas west of Bloomington, Indiana. Tornado possible tag there. Don't see anything on the correlation coefficient, but between Birds and Lawrenceville, that's this area of circulation in here. That's going to be approaching Russellville in the next couple minutes. And then just taking a look at everything here coming towards the Indianapolis area. A lot of wind in this area by Greencastle, Cloverdale, up towards Jamestown. That'll be approaching Brownsburg. A little area of circulation between Thorntown and Lebanon. Keep an eye on that area right in here near Lebanon. Otherwise, the storms get a little bit weaker to the north. And we've actually dropped, I think, quite a few of the severe thunderstorm warnings in north central parts of Indiana. Yeah, mostly just a wind risk at the moment across parts of north central Indiana. Getting into a less favorable environment as those approach Fort Wayne. We'll keep an eye on some potential for some isolated damaging wind gusts between Warsaw and Fort Wayne. Again, I think along and south of I-30, or not I-30, but Route 30 is where your heaviest risk of severe weather and especially tornadoes are possible. And we may be seeing that risk shift more towards southern Indiana and southern Illinois at the moment. Although still watching, again, a couple areas of circulation to the west of Indianapolis. None at the moment look particularly tight, but we'll keep an eye on that as that approaches Indianapolis. A couple tornado warnings, but they really cover essentially two cells. The one in here to the north and east of Lawrenceville, approaching Russellville. That circulation has broadened a little bit. And then watching a damaging wind threat in a broad area of circulation near Belmont. That's approaching Mount Carmel. Potentially some 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. And yeah, the circulation would be in here between Belmont and Mount Carmel. Zooming in a little closer, right around State Highway 15 and 1300 Boulevard. Going to be coming through areas around Schroetz Station. And then up towards County Road 1540. It's going to be basically coming into Mount Carmel. So we do have to watch this area of circulation. And also, it's broad right now, but also watch the damaging wind threat. That's a little bit wider. You can kind of see it even in the reflectivity. You can see kind of the bands spiraling in here. And that's the inflow notch. So we had kind of two separate circulations a little while ago. This is now mostly kind of one broad circulation as it approaches Mount Carmel and White River. This is the Indiana-Illinois state line, so it's going to cross the state line right near Mount Carmel and then approach White River. Here's a look at some of the times for the communities in here, and it may be just a little less than that because this is advancing at about 60 miles an hour. But Mount Carmel, about 5 minutes. Patoka and Princeton, about 15 minutes. And then Wheeling, Indiana, 23, up towards Hazleton and Decker, about 20 minutes. And Orville, about 10 minutes. I think we're 5 minutes or less in Mount Carmel. So if you haven't yet, please take your last-minute tornado safety precautions in Mount Carmel and also White River. And unfortunately, on the last scan, this may have tightened up again, or showing signs of some tightening again. Well, it's definitely broader than it was, but we're pretty close to the radar site too. So we'll keep an eye as this area of circulation passes the Mount Carmel area. We'll see if they extend a new tornado warning out. It's a little broad right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just leave it at a tornado possible considerable threat. I also wouldn't be surprised because it's tightened in the last couple scans if they extend a new warning. It just kind of depends, but a new area of circulation that's tightened up is just to the north and west of Mount Carmel. Because there were kind of two tornado warnings overlapping and they've both been trimmed up, there's a kind of a weird tornado warning within a warning right now, but it's really for that same area. And again, beyond that tornado threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds potentially in this storm. Looks like our circulation has broadened as it's crossing near Russellville. It looks like just south of Russellville or just over Russellville. That's going to cross the Indiana-Illinois state line into Busserin, Eminson, and also continue as a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. Pretty, again, sharp line of severe storms coming into the west sides of Indianapolis. Not seeing a defined area of circulation at the moment for any of those cells, except for right around Lebanon. A little bit of a spin up in this little comma head sort of feature. And north of there, we find more of a wind threat. The other cell that was interesting and showed some circulation is this cell near Norris City. We'll keep an eye on that cell as it crosses around Norris City, Carmi. Definitely a supercell in here. And then line of storms coming through Harrisburg, Carrier Mill, back through Marion, and back to Jonesboro, Illinois. Also now through Cape Girardeau. A little bit of a circulation south and east of Scott City. Some strong storms, but non-severe at the moment, coming through areas in northeast parts of Arkansas right now. Special weather statement out for this area. Gusts up to 50 miles an hour. And the line of storms and the cold front sweeping through Little Rock down towards Texarkana. Non-severe storms all the way down there. So broadening out, there's a look at our severe storms from central Indiana down through southwest Indiana and into southern Illinois. If you're west of I-57 in Illinois, you're pretty much clear, except for the area extreme southern Illinois. But areas that just had severe storms: Mount Vernon, Centralia, Olney, Newton, Effingham, Charleston, Terre Haute. You guys are all clear. Then same here for Crawfordsville, Rockville, Lafayette, Logansport, up through Winnemac, and then over all the way towards Bloomington, clear of any severe threat. Haven't looked in a while, but let's check the progress of our cold front out. And yeah, these storms are just hugging the cold front. So that's why there haven't been quite as many tornadoes as we maybe thought there was going to be. And also, they've been pretty short-lived. We've seen, I think, one or two on the stream via correlation coefficient. But essentially, this boundary right here that the storms are riding is the cold front. It's 70 degrees around Vincennes and Princeton. It's back into the low 50s in Centralia, and it's already back into the 30s across the areas around St. Louis. Same for Indianapolis. It's mid 60s. Downtown Indianapolis, it's already about 58 in Crawfordsville, and only about 60 in Lafayette, and then back into Illinois, quickly drops into the 40s. So yeah, the cold front is basically right along this boundary. And yeah, Arkansas is really interesting. 70s out in front of the boundary across areas around Memphis and south of Little Rock. Little Rock itself down to 61. And then up here in the mountains to the north and west of Little Rock, it's already in the 40s. It's already 70 degrees in Memphis. It's 32 in Bentonville. You can drive this in a couple hours, and it's already, you know, a 40-degree difference. They've extended a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning broadly covering the northern suburbs and also north of Indianapolis. It was that area kind of around Lebanon that we're worried about a little bit. Seeing a couple areas of circulation in there. None are that tight at the moment, but we'll still keep an eye on those. We're getting close to this radar site, so we're also seeing lower level circulations. There is also one in here near Stylesville and Coatesville. Keep an eye on that one as it comes towards Plainfield, Illinois. Yeah, that's in that area. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that cell. And then they've let the tornado warning expire, but still seeing a broad circulation in here near Mount Carmel. This is a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning, so we need to take that. Very similar to tornado warning. If you're already in your tornado safe space, I would just recommend staying there. But that circulation is passing Mount Carmel. Moving very quickly to the east-northeast. So just like that, back to all severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. This cell came through Lebanon and is on the north side of the Indianapolis metro. Is one to watch. You can see some circulation there. Tightening up a little bit. That's going to come across Whitestown and then probably towards Westfield, Noblesville, and Fishers. We'll keep an eye on that cell. And then another little area of circulation just near Clayton and approaching Plainfield. Another one to keep our eye on. And then picture above me there from Minnesota DOT. Keeping our eye on the blizzard conditions in Minnesota. See snow blowing sideways across the camera and in the lights of the highway lights. I don't know if they closed I-35 again, but there's really no one on the road, which is good. There shouldn't be, but they have at times closed the highway. It is a live shot, and I don't see any car lights. Oh, there goes a truck with flashers on. So yeah, it's dangerous conditions there. Good to see not many people on the roads. There are more travelers up in the Twin Cities, just under blizzard conditions, but still heavy wind and snow and visibility issues with mostly covered roadways here. And this is right near the airport, so pretty well-traveled area. But everybody's taking it very slow and steady. This is the entryway basically into the airport off of Minnesota Highway 5. There's some flashing that's not lightning, that is the runway lights. Yeah, these IDOT cameras are still not behaving themselves today. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. Okay, back here into, what is it? It is about 6:21 in the Central Time Zone, 7:21 Eastern. Watching Indianapolis. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning continues now through basically the entire Indianapolis metro. There's a couple areas of circulation. The one north of town has broadened some as it's approaching Zionsville, Carmel, Noblesville, Fishers, Sheridan. There's a couple other areas, a little kinks in the line, and severe thunderstorms all the way up to Kokomo, Indiana. And then when we kind of get into a weakening phase from Wabash and Huntington up through Fort Wayne, does not appear like there's going to be many severe warnings out of these storms as they're getting into a less favorable environment in northeast parts of Indiana. Further south, though, Indianapolis, severe storms on the west side of town. Again, kind of a broad circulation near Westfield, potentially enhancing some of those damaging wind threats. That's going to be moving through Zionsville, Brownsburg, down to Plainfield. That's going to be approaching the airport here in the next couple minutes. Trying to get this camera on, but I can kind of see the cloud deck on the horizon there, looking west from Plainfield. I don't know what's going on with the camera. Pretty sharp line of wind south there towards Linton. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue there. We've lost the tornado warning, so that's a good sign, at least for now. We had a kind of an uptick in the last hour with those tornado warning cells into southern Illinois. Those are now pushing into western and southwestern parts of Indianapolis or Indiana, approaching Washington, Linton, Bloomfield, and then down towards Princeton. They have dropped that considerable threat tag, so that's a good sign for that cell. As yeah, it's kind of broadened out since then. Continuing to watch the cell across the state line. This is that cell that was near McLeansburg earlier. Some rotation near New Harmony. That'll go just north of the Evansville metro. And then also watching kind of a remnant circulation from the tornado warning storm earlier. That's going to be approaching Petersburg, Indiana. But those cells look a little less vigorous down there. That's a cell to watch for sure. A little rotation in there. We've almost cleared out of the severe warnings and the severe threat across the state of Illinois. There's still a few stronger storms in southern Illinois right now. One area actually has a little circulation in here near Belknap. We'll keep an eye on that area. Just north of the Ohio River, near New Grand Chain. The storm to definitely keep our eye on. And then strong storms up through Harrisburg and Carrier Mills. Missouri, it's really just a threat for the boot heel of Missouri. From Charleston, Sikeston, East Prairie, New Madrid, down through Kennett, and then over towards Caruthersville. Some strong storms in northern parts of Arkansas at the moment. Those are non-severe. Our tornado risk is really kind of in the Ohio River Valley, and right now in the lower Ohio River Valley from extreme western parts of Kentucky, including Paducah, and then across into Illinois metropolis, up to Shawneetown. That's really our highest area in Illinois of tornado potential. But in Kentucky, from Paducah through Dawson Springs, Nortonville, up through Owensboro and Henderson, and then in Indiana, across the Ohio River, Evansville, up through Oakland City, Bloomington, over towards Columbus, and areas like Greensburg, Indiana. As they get into eastern portions of Indiana, we'll likely see the storms transition into more of a damaging wind threat. We've already kind of seen that across parts of central Indiana already. Haven't had really many tornado warnings across Indiana as of recent. Still watching a couple areas of spin in here, but it's very broad at the moment around Carmel, Noblesville, and then it looks like we've lost a lot of that spin approaching Plainfield at the moment. It's really close to the radar site, so if there's anything there, we'd see it pretty easily. And then further to the north, it's mostly a damaging wind risk coming through Tipton over towards Alexandria and approaching Anderson. There was a little area spin near Clayton and Plainfield. That's definitely broadened out. You can actually see the little areas of spin on the tower radar. There's another one right here coming through the tower radar. But mostly now just a wind risk coming through the western portion of Indianapolis. It's going to make its way all through Indianapolis as a strong to severe thunderstorm. They have extended that severe threat through Princeton over to Oakland City and Petersburg, also Otwell and Winslow. Again, mostly a damaging wind risk at the moment. Still moving east at 55. Going to take it to Oakland City in about 8 minutes, and then Huntingburg about 29 minutes, also Jasper and Holland. That cell near New Harmony. I don't see any really tight area of circulation at the moment right now. But, you know, potential for that to tighten up. Yeah. There's a new warning there for that cell near Paducah, so we'll take a look at that in just a second. Storms all the way down, or showers. I don't see a lot of lightning in these. All the way down through Texarkana and the Arklatex. This is that cold front coming through. A couple showers over the way out ahead of this down into southern parts of, you know, brief showers there coming through parts of the New Orleans North Shore. I don't see a lot of, there's not a lot of prefrontal activity. Some showers into southern Mississippi as well. But yeah, despite a vigorous storm system, there's just not a lot of prefrontal activity. Okay. Had to sneeze again. Sorry about that. Take a look at this new severe thunderstorm warning. This is that area to the west of Paducah. Not tornado flagged at all. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, we can definitely see there's some wind in here. West of Paducah. A couple of those are kind of little circulations in there, little eddies in this line. We'll have to watch in case any of those tighten up. But yeah, that is mostly a damaging wind threat towards La Center and Wycliffe. Okay, that's a little better. All right, we'll take a look and see if there's any new areas of circulation popping up. I don't see anything in those storms in southern Indiana and Illinois right now. Let's take a look. There's one right near the radar site. We got to watch this little area right near the radar site. And for some reason, my chat just updated. How's it going, OP? Chipmunk? Dayton, not in a severe risk right now. You may get some storms later, though. Yeah, definitely want to watch this little area circulation showing just south of the radar site. So keep an eye on this area here. It's really close to the radar site, so we're seeing a really low level look at it. But that is an area that we were watching as it lifts up towards Fort Branch and Oakland City. And then we are going to get a new tornado warning. This is for that area around Bloomfield. One of those storms that was originally warned earlier, kind of ramped up in that circulation. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, tightening up right over Bloomfield. Going to be south and west of Bloomington. These storms that are in Indianapolis are going to get over towards Ohio in the next couple hours. Let me check and see. About 60 miles an hour. It's going to put it into Ohio in about an hour and a half. But they shouldn't be quite as vigorous as they are right now. Mostly more of an isolated wind risk across southwestern parts of Ohio. And we'll have to see. I can check here too. Let's pull up our mesoscale discussions. Nothing at the moment to see if there's no mesoscale discussion, but we'll see if they add any warnings or watches to the east of this. Wouldn't be surprised if parts of Ohio get at least a severe thunderstorm watch, just for some isolated damaging winds. But here's that circulation. Tightened up again a little bit near Bloomfield. And with the cells right over the radar site, it's really going to be nearly impossible to detect the correlation coefficient. The beam is just going through too much stuff right now. Severe thunderstorms are pushing through Indianapolis at the moment. Mostly just seeing the wind risk coming through Indianapolis. And then up towards Fishers and Noblesville. And then from there, especially, it's more of a wind risk up towards Franklin, or Frankton, and Alexandria, approaching Anderson. The most vigorous storms are south of I-70, along and south of I-70, essentially. Remember that little circulation near the radar site? That is going to get a tornado warning. There we go. I have a better eye on my chat now. I'm on kind of a little bit of a temporary setup for the holidays, so I can see my chat a little easier now. But no, Dayton, you're okay right now. Watching later tonight, some potential for some damaging winds, at least in that area. So yeah, here's that area of rotation. It's a small area of circulation. We're really close to the radar site, so this is low level. A low level look at this storm near Hobstad, or near Warrenton and Wheatville. Also, Elliott and Mackey are in this warning. It's going to be for northwestern Warwick, southeastern Gibson, and northern Vanderburgh counties, all in southwest Indiana. And moving east at 55 miles an hour. almost a little too close to the radar site to get any really good data out of that, but there's a lot of contamination right there near the radar site for the correlation coefficient. So Hobstad, it's right about now. Warrenton, 4 minutes or less. Wheatonville, about 8 minutes. And if it holds together, Linville and Ebby, around 17 to 20 minutes. That would also be for Greenbrier, Indiana. Still seeing kind of broad circulation in this tornado warning cell near Bloomfield. That'll head over towards Clear Creek in a couple minutes. And then it looks like we just had a new wind report, 61 mile an hour public report in Owen County, Indiana. See if we get any more wind reports out of this Indianapolis area. And so close to the radar site, as these storms leave the radar site, we can see there's a good area of 50 plus mile an hour winds in here. So likely seeing that 50 to 60 mile an hour winds pretty easy. There's a 57 going up, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some more wind mixing down to the ground. But generally, these storms should start to weaken a little bit as they get east of Indianapolis. And especially north of I-70, we're seeing a general weakening trend of the storms north and west, or north and east of Indianapolis. Still some strong storms coming through Fishers, Lawrence, Beech Grove, and now the eastern side of the Indianapolis metro, and then arcing back through Greenwood, Bargersville, Martinsville, and then approaching Bloomington with severe thunderstorms. You can see that line of storms. Looks like they're going to drop the tornado warning as things have broadened out near Bloomfield. Oh, they are going to keep it going. A little longer, it looks like. Let's see. Let's check that. It expires in 15 minutes, so they'll probably just let it drop, as that storm is actually working its way through that warning polygon really quickly. Severe thunderstorms coming through Washington, Petersburg, Oakland City, and then we have our tornado warning storm just south of Fort Branch. Still seeing it in here pretty good near the radar site, and also being so close to the radar site, we're definitely seeing those 60 mile an hour winds pushing through Warrenton and approaching Wheatville, also Elliott in that warning. As we get a little further away from the radar set, we can get a better look on the correlation coefficient. And I don't see anything distinct in here. That's the area that I'm looking at. That's our area of brightest winds on the reflectivity, and also on the velocity scan. So I don't see anything imminently on the ground. However, things can spin up pretty quickly. So we want to take this seriously. If you're in this warning polygon, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hey, Boble. Guy who lives just south of I-70. Yeah, that's kind of a generalization, but no problem. Happy to help. Yeah, storms aren't just going to stop at I-70. So if you do get a severe storm south of there, it could cross. But in general, in eastern Indiana, it looks like it's going to be along and south of I-70. Maybe up towards Muncie, Anderson, Winchester. But once you get north of that area, the north of the Muncie area, it's a lot less conducive of severe weather. So just kind of more general windy thunderstorms. Not even a lot of lightning showing for areas like Fort Wayne. But if you do know anyone, there's some severe weather coming through Indianapolis right now. Lawrence, Beech Grove, under the gun for some pretty gusty winds. I don't see any really distinct circulations in this part of the storm. So Indianapolis could be worse. Looks like you're going to get through it okay. Yeah, pretty much. And stuff has spun up fairly quickly at times today, but a little more concentrated in southern Indiana right now. Pretty strong winds coming through Bloomington, or approaching Bloomington. And then our one tornado warning, let me just double check that real quick, but our one tornado warning, yes. Still in this area just east of Fort Branch, near Wheatonville. It's kind of broadened back out some too, so still some gusty winds in here. Take a look at the correlation coefficient again, showing us meteorological versus non-meteorological targets. Not seeing anything that really stands out right around Wheatonville. Gusty winds, though, for sure. And then those strong winds are non-severe. They're not warned right now, but some gusty winds are certainly going to be hitting you pretty quick here around Evansville. Basically, the entire Evansville metro under the gun for some gustier winds in the next few minutes. Working our way down the line, let's take a look at the southern Illinois. About to be into western Kentucky. Illinois almost done with the severe weather. This is that area west of Paducah that we were watching earlier. Let's take a look here near La Center. Still just seeing some damaging wind gusts in that 60-mile-an-hour range. Good sign there. Let's go hop back up to our Indianapolis area. Oh, well, before we do, yeah, they're just going to extend the warning through the Paducah area. So all of Paducah up towards Metropolis, Illinois, Brookport, down towards Reedland, St. John's, and Lovelessville under that severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not really seeing some hail. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of hail warnings. Maybe some pea-sized hail in some of the strongest storms today. There it goes. Sorry, audio is muted there. I don't know how long either, so that's great. But newest warning came out for this area from Muncie down towards Newcastle, Knightstown, essentially riding along and just north of I-70. But that's really our area of focus for Indiana, is along and south of I-70, with the strongest part of the storm near Beech Grove at the moment. All right, let me blow my nose again. Okay, that's better. Yeah, my allergies were acting up there this afternoon, so that kind of sucks. All right, yeah, that storm is still pretty punchy, coming through Lawrence, Beech Grove, Greenwood. Going to extend out. Let me see if they adjusted any of the timing at all. It's a pretty big warning. Yeah, still moving east at 55 miles an hour. And they have let that tornado warning expire down towards Fort Branch, so good sign there. We'll keep an eye on that area. The rotation broadened pretty quickly on that cell. The wind field, as we are moving away from the radar, definitely showing up in here near Greenwood and Beech Grove. Now, this is probably our punchiest part of the line at the moment, coming through Indianapolis. And let me put it into motion and see. Yeah, okay, it's still basically moving east. Oh, let's adjust again. Moving east pretty quickly. All right, so there's some timings for this area in the southeast suburbs of Indianapolis. Sugar Creek, about 5 to 8 minutes. And then Fountain Town, about 10 to 12. Greenfield, 10 to 14. Further out, Knightstown, about 26 minutes. Louisville, 35. And Rushville, about 31. So that's your timing of things. Probably the nastiest part of that line right now, coming through Indianapolis. If you're on the west side of town, the severe threat is over. So Lebanon, Frankfort, Crawfordsville, Greencastle, Terre Haute, you guys are all good to go. Have a happy new year, and we'll see you next year. Like and subscribe before you head out. Severe threat quickly ends after this line. This is not a multiple round kind of night. Yeah, there's not really any prefrontal storms that we're having to worry about. So it's really, this line is the main event, and it does cool down very quickly. So if you're leaving, going out after these storms, you do want to take a jacket or coat. For example, it's about 66 still in Indianapolis. It's only in the 40s in Champaign-Urbana, and it's only in the 30s near freezing back towards Springfield, Illinois. Same for areas in southern Illinois. It's near 70. In Evansville, it's in the 30s in St. Louis. So very quick drop in temperatures behind this cold front. That's why we haven't seen a lot of sustained mesocyclones or sustained tornadoes. They've been very brief, kind of QLCS type tornadoes. Within a scan, they spin up, and then another scan, they're pretty much gone. We had a few more sustained areas of rotation in kind of this area here in southeast parts of Illinois for that 5-6 o'clock hour Central Time. But those have now moved east and advanced through now southern Indiana. At about 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, we have a line of severe thunderstorms stretching from the mid-Mississippi Valley, non-severe coming into western Tennessee, western Kentucky, except for the cell near Paducah that is severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. And we have strong 50-mile-an-hour winds coming through this line north of Paducah to about Evansville. Severe warned from basically Evansville north through areas like Muncie. And that's where we have I think our strongest storm, at least presenting right now, is this kind of surge on the southeast side of Indianapolis. See a little bit of a bowing feature in there. That's going to be approaching areas like Rushville in about 30 minutes. So that's one of the more concentrated areas of severe hazard. There has been little kinks and spin-ups in this line. We were watching the tornado warned area near Bloomfield earlier. There still is some rotation in here just south of Clear Creek. Got to keep our eye on that cell. It's going to pass the strongest part of that cell south of Bloomington. So if you got any students, any kids in Bloomington, that cell is going to be south of them. Although most of the kids are probably not there right now because it's Christmas holiday season. But some rotation picking up in this cell near Oakland City. It's now east of Oakland City. We'll keep an eye on that one near Winslow, approaching Jasper. And then, yeah, we've dropped our tornado warning near Fort Branch. Still some pretty gusty winds coming through Evansville right now, Boonville, and approaching areas like Dale. Oh, that's good. Yeah, thanks. Richmond. Yeah, okay. You're right on that's right on the Ohio state line, right? Yeah, there are winds out ahead of this. I haven't really said that, but yeah, there are gusty winds out ahead of this. And they should be through in about an hour if you're in that Richland area, because they're moving about highway speed. Little area of circulation, I noticed that when we were looking at the whole line as a whole, there is a little area of circulation near, oh, where is that? That's in Kentucky. It's south of Elizabethtown, just south of Elizabethtown and north of Paducah. Keep an eye on that little area there. And you can see there's a little thumb kind of sticking out right there on that line segment. That's what tends to show on the reflectivity for those QLCS style spin-ups. We'll also take a look back at Paducah and just make sure there's nothing going on crazy here. No, I don't even see a storm's right over the radar site, so we'll check it in a couple minutes, but at least immediately right over the radar site, there's nothing really imminent showing there. They are going to warn that area near Evansville that we just looked at. Pretty gusty winds coming through Evansville right now. It's 50, 60 miles an hour. There's a little bit of a circulation showing up just south of town, so we're going to warn that for a tornado possible tag through Newburgh and Hatfield. And yeah, still seeing a little circulation here to the east of Winslow, so that's one to keep our eye on as it approaches Jasper. Even if those little circulations aren't tornadic at the moment, they can kind of have little localized areas of intense areas of wind. So that's another hazard in those areas. And yeah, also going to warn that area south of Evansville near Henderson, little area of circulation between Henderson and Morganfield. There's little areas of circulation along this line, and yeah, within a scan or two, like one scan they're fine, the next scan they look a little more ominous. This one on just the last scan has tightened up a little bit there. That one is one to watch south of Evansville. Put some timing out here. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do for kind of this eastern area of Indiana, because right now, technically, eastern Indiana is not in a watch. Wouldn't be surprised if you get some type of severe thunderstorm watch or something that goes out here around the areas around Richmond, even around Cincinnati and Dayton. And they did just post a new mesoscale discussion, so I'm just kind of reading through this. Basically saying that tornado watch continues. Areas of damaging wind gusts and perhaps some brief tornado remain possible from central Indiana southward into the lower Ohio Valley. And basically what I was saying earlier is, yeah, especially now that we're past the daytime heating here, it's really going to start to wind down as these storms push into Ohio. Wouldn't be surprised if we get still some isolated severe. But once we get kind of out of this area in central Indiana and especially southern Indiana, things should wane pretty quickly. Okay, and yeah, they are leaving the possibility of it being locally extended. So they could push the couple counties into eastern Indiana into that watch. They might do that instead of issue a whole new severe thunderstorm watch. I wouldn't be surprised if they just push these counties into the watch that's currently existing. Seeing that wind field now pick up through Greenfield, approaching Morristown. Indianapolis, you're pretty much out of the severe threat. Give it another couple minutes. The rain will clear out. And then I think we're getting a new tornado warning for those areas. Yeah, we're going to get a new tornado warning for that area near Evansville. Roughly about 45 minutes to that Richmond, basically the state line. That's at 60. If it's moving at more like 50, probably just over an hour. Yeah, about an hour. Yeah, that circulation picked up pretty quickly near Henderson in Kentucky. This is the first tornado warning of the day in Kentucky. Area of circulation is near Corydon. This is for central Henderson County in northwestern Kentucky. Moving east at 60 miles an hour, so highway speed. If you're in this warning, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement or storm shelter are your best options. And if you're in a mobile home, a camping trailer, or a temporary structure, you need to find a sturdy structure now. And that's looks like it should pass just south of downtown Henderson. Put this in motion, we'll take a look. It's pretty much due east. So Corydon, it's about now, 2 minutes or less. And then Weaverton on the southern side of Henderson, about 8 minutes. Niagara, 13. And Curdsville, 21. If you're anywhere in this warning polygon, though, you do need to take your tornado safety measures. But center line, it's going to probably pass south of Henderson and likely north of Niagara. Let me zoom in a little closer, and we might be able to get a few more communities. Not really showing up at no formal community. Oh, there's a couple here. Rankin, 8 minutes. Wilson, 3 minutes or less. And then Hebbardsville, about 19 minutes. Corydon, again, it's about now. So that's your look here for this tornado warning storm in Henderson County, Kentucky. And that has tightened up a little bit. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. It's going to be over Corydon. That little thumb, again, you can see kind of sticking out. Going to be clear air on that side. Let's take a look and put this into motion again. Yeah, not seeing anything really standing out here. The area of circulation is basically right here. You can see there is some CC drops just along the edge of this. This is likely some twigs and debris and leaves and things picked up right along the leading edge of this line segment. So that also indicates there's some pretty good wind in here. Another little area also showing up just south of Henderson, so we got to watch that area just in the last couple scans. Yeah, that did tighten up a little bit more in the last couple scans. Oh, the QLCS fun. They are hard to detect even on radar sometimes. These QLCS spin-ups can happen even between radar scans. And yeah, it changes very quickly between one radar scan to the next. Bloomington storms are through Bloomington, approaching Columbus, Indiana, and then up towards Greenwood, or through Greenwood, approaching Greenfield, and then Knightstown. Yeah, these are moving pretty good here. And yeah, there's that leading edge coming through Greenfield, approaching Knightstown and Morristown on the east sides of Indianapolis. Stronger winds also pushing through Pendleton and Anderson. A little bit of a calm ahead right in here. That sometimes has a tendency to accentuate the wind in that little feature. Kind of a broad little rotation there. Like that. So we'll keep an eye on that area around Newcastle. That could accentuate that wind coming towards you guys. Usually those don't produce tornadoes, but we'll keep an eye on it. And then north of Muncie, it's pretty much just general showers and thunderstorms, some gusty showers and thunderstorms coming through Fort Wayne, Upland, Hartford, Portland. Really solid line of severe thunderstorms, though, from Muncie, Greenfield, Franklin, Nashville, Bedford, down to Jasper in Indiana. Ugh, sorry. And then we pick up some strong storms down near Dale, and then pick up the severe storms around Henderson. These are now through Evansville. That's how fast these are moving. At Evansville, you're just in general thunderstorms behind the leading edge. Otherwise, taking a look here, there are a couple areas of rotation in here. Still watching this area near Corydon. Still another area just south of Henderson. And also watching a little area right here near Newburgh. And still not seeing a correlation coefficient drop with any of those. No warnings yet, but if you're over here in Owensboro, Kentucky, this is a line to pay attention to. A line of damaging winds and some embedded QLCS quick spin-up tornadoes. And despite being short-lived, they can be, sometimes, they can be pretty strong. Typically they're not, but every now and then we do get some significant tornadoes out of QLCS setups. Checking the update of the warnings and making sure they're still kind of going at the same speed. But essentially from here, let's extend this out to Owensboro and get a timing for you. About 24 minutes. So if you're in the Owensboro area, about 24 minutes. That would be similar to Hatfield, Rockport, and down towards Mosleyville. The circulation is riding right along the Ohio River, just on the river bottom, south of Newburgh. And then our other severe thunderstorm warning here is near Paducah. Those storms are about through the downtown Paducah area, now approaching areas on the east side of Paducah near Reedland and St. John's and Smithland. From that's the furthest southern severe thunderstorm warning we've had today. From there, pretty much just a line of general thunderstorms. And we'll take it back to the top and take a look at our cell near the Muncie area. Yeah, pretty gusty winds in here between Pendleton, now east of Pendleton, and north and west of Newcastle. And then also between Greenfield and Knightstown, along I-70 east of Indianapolis. And then on I-74 approaching Shelbyville. Still seeing a little circulation from that original tornado warned cell near Bloomfield. And still in here near Nashville, east of Bloomington. Otherwise, just damaging wind. And they have let that tornado warning expire near Henderson. Take a look at that. It has kind of broadened out. There's still area circulation in here. East of Corydon, approaching Niagara. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's weakened. And then the other area has still stayed kind of weak as it's passed south of Newburgh. Yeah, those both have tornado possible tags. Still continuing on those. Whoa. Big warning. So they've just extended the warning out for this line of storms from Mitchell, Seymour, North Vernon, Columbus, Hope, Greensburg, Adams, Shelbyville, and Rushville, all in kind of south central Indiana. Wow, that's a big warning polygon. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 11. It includes parts of 11 counties. But essentially, Columbus about 15 minutes. Batesville, that holds together about 50 minutes. Do that again, just because that's one of the stronger parts of that storm. Yeah, about 50 minutes to Batesville, 10 minutes to Columbus, and about 37 to Greensburg. So watching the blowing snow sideways blizzard warning in effect for much of Minnesota, especially central, southern, and western Minnesota. Winter storm warnings continue around the Twin Cities, across the northern parts of Wisconsin, and then winter storm warnings in the western UP, or the western lower peninsula of Michigan. Blizzard warnings and up to about 24 inches of snow possible in the UP over the next couple days. All right, that's better. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's mostly damaging wind threat at the moment across Indianapolis and Indiana. Pushing into now eastern Indiana, from Muncie down to Newcastle and Knightstown. Approaching Rushville. Okay, our newest warning in western Kentucky. They've extended this a considerable threat in western Kentucky for areas around Mayfield, Murray, Benton, Smithland, and Reedland. Ooh, yeah, that has picked up a little bit. And a couple areas of circulation also showing. We're in that sweet spot. We're close to the radar, but we're not super close. That we get a pretty good look at these storms. And yeah, there's definitely some higher wind rate in here. Trying to get a good, 65, probably easy. Wouldn't be surprised if we get some gusts to 70. That area has a little circulation on it. There's also one south towards Hickory, kind of a little broad area of circulation. Keep an eye on those two areas, but this is going to be working south and east. Also, it's 55 miles an hour. So let's get a read on this one. Benton, about 12 minutes. Grand Rivers, about 15 to 20. Yeah, this is a pretty nasty part of the line right in here. This is an area that we covered some QLCS spin-ups a week ago. Yeah, about a week ago. There's your timing updated there. Benton, about 12 minutes. Twin Lakes, 21. Clear Springs, 5 to 8 minutes. Watching a couple little circulations, but mostly that's a damaging wind threat at the moment. That extends damaging wind all the way down towards Wingo, Mayfield, and Murray in western Kentucky. There was a little circulation in here near Niagara. Keep an eye on that one as it moves into Owensboro, and I wouldn't be surprised if they extend at least a severe thunderstorm warning, probably covering this area pretty soon. Louisville, keep an eye on this area. This is going to be... Let's get a timing out for Louisville. Yeah, at about 55 miles an hour. That's going to put it into Louisville in about an hour. And still watching severe storms near Muncie and Newcastle approaching Knightstown. One thing I'm noting is a lot less lightning. That is usually indicative of diminishing thunderstorms. Usually we see more lightning with strengthening storms. This is quickly, I think, transitioning into more of a damaging wind threat than the QLCS tornado threat that we've seen further south. Still some threat of the QLCS tornadoes in the southern part of the Ohio Valley. In that area, there's a couple circulations that we're keeping an eye on between Henderson and Owensboro. And then also, there's one near Seabury. And then also this cell, considerable threat near Mayfield and Benton. There's particularly two areas of circulation in here. There's one north of Mayfield. And then there's one near Reedland, east of Reedland, approaching Calvert City. Not seeing correlation coefficients or anything with that, but just something to keep our eye on. That one in particular is also a little stronger. New wind report here for 60-mile-an-hour winds by a trained spotter in the Evansville area. And they're going to extend the warning out east of Muncie another 33 minutes. To Union City, Winchester, down through Newcastle, Knightstown, and just north of Rushville. See that wind cutting through the warning polygon here. Right about there. That Boeing feature also likely some stronger winds in here near Newburgh. And then looking at our storms near Owensboro, still seeing a couple little circulations. They're not as vigorous as earlier. So I do agree that the tornado warning was dropped as that passed south of Henderson. But still keeping our eye on those. This could always spin back up and re-intensify. And then still watching these couple areas of circulation, but also damaging wind. Calvert City, Grand Rivers, Hardin, Benton, Eddyville, down through Mayfield and Murray, Kentucky. Interested to see if they'll put a new watch or any extension out for this area into southern and now southeastern parts of Indiana. The tornado watch covers basically like this area. So with the line kind of approaching the edge of this tornado watch area, I'm interested to see if they're going to extend a new tornado watch or extend the current tornado watch for these counties in Indiana, maybe even into Ohio, or if they're going to extend a severe thunderstorm watch. I think there's probably enough here that these are going to last at least a little longer to warrant some type of watch in this area. Even though the storms do generally seem to be on a weakening trend. And if they don't issue a new watch, if you're in this area that I just kind of highlighted, just keep an eye to the sky for at least some damaging wind gusts in that 60-mile-an-hour range. I don't think, at least looking at storm reports on here on the map, we haven't seen any trained spotter reports over the 60-mile-an-hour range, but could get a burst higher, or if a little mesovortice or circulation passes over, there could be a little higher gust in those as well, and then certainly any embedded QLCS tornado. But tornado risk is diminishing somewhat across eastern Indiana. I think that's mostly what you're going to get is gusty winds. The lightning has calmed down some, but it's going to be a pretty good burst of gusty winds, and then the cold kicks in behind it. Check temperatures. I'm going to check the temperatures in a while. This line is not far ahead of the cold front, so things behind this line of storms drops off really quickly. It's advanced a little further away from the cold front in Indiana, but the cold front is back here, I think close to the state line, where it's about 55 in Danville, 60 in Terre Haute, but 50 in Paris, Illinois, and then it's into the 40s and 30s back in Champaign, Urbana, and Decatur. Already down to freezing, basically, in Peoria and Springfield, Illinois. Also interested to see what they'll do here. These storms are also approaching the end of the tornado watch in Kentucky, and there's a little bit more juice down here. This would be another area that wouldn't be surprised if they add some type of weather watch. Maybe extend the tornado watch or add a new severe thunderstorm watch. That's interesting. That's a new damage report out of about 15 minutes ago. A house had a portion of its roof removed in Lowe's, Kentucky, just north of Fancy Farm. Could be a QLCS tornado report. There is one of those little circulations we were flagging earlier that came across near Wheel and spun up very quickly near Fancy Farm, and right near that marker of the roof being partially ripped off. There is a little bit of a circulation right there. Interesting one. That has since broadened out, and actually not much circulation in there now. There is a little one near Farmington, south of Mayfield, but this is mostly a damaging wind threat at the moment. Look at the this camera has gotten, I think, even worse. Look at the blowing snow on this camera. That's blizzard conditions, probably. You can see sideways snow blowing across the camera here, especially in the lights of the highway. And I don't see a lot of traffic. They may have closed the highway again. That cam is out of Faribault, Minnesota, on I-35 at mile marker 56. Let me check the Twin Cities. Earlier they did have a highway closed. Let's see. Portions of I-35 have been closed due to numerous crashes. And I think we're right in that kind of area. Yeah, with a heavier band of snow coming through, noted by the National Weather Service there. Let's jump all the way. We'll jump up to the winter weather. Since there's no tornado warnings right now. Yeah, there is a pretty heavy band of snow in here. This is... Okay, yeah, so we're right in this band of heavy snow and wind that's kind of funneling on the backside of the low pressure, right here at Faribault, Minnesota. And I believe our camera is looking southeast from this perspective, so camera's like right here. That's some pretty heavy snow. It's actually not blowing that strong, at least according to this municipal airport. Let's see. Oh, but that was over an hour ago. The last report was at 26-mile-an-hour wind gust. That was before this band of heavy snow moved in. So it probably is a little higher than that now. It's probably closing in on those blizzard conditions. This band of heavy snow will also work through the Twin Cities again. Right now, some lighter snow through the Twin Cities, but this is going to continue to lift off to the north and east with some gusty winds and heavy snow overnight. All right, let's see what they do here. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue, but these storms are budging up against the warning polygons pretty quickly. Some gusty winds in here. See if they add new warnings or if they replace them with special weather statements. I think it's almost a guarantee that even if you're not going to get a severe thunderstorm, you're going to get some type of thunderstorm, at least into the I-75 corridor. It's pretty much a solid line of storms from about the Muncie area south all the way down through southern Indiana. And while we were looking at the snowy conditions, they did add a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here. Tornado possible tag Harrison, Crawford, Orange, and Washington counties in south central Indiana. Areas around Hardenburg and Marengo. Kind of a broad, weak area circulation, but I think a day like today, it's good to put those tornado possible tags on. And then, damaging wind coming through Benton, now south of Mayfield, coming towards Murray. Circulations have diminished there. But I think we did see, looks like going back on the radar a little bit ago, little quick spin up near Fancy Farm, Kentucky, that looks like it lifted a roof partially off. Portion of the roof removed. Between a couple of confirmed tornado warnings right before our stream, right before we got everything kind of set up, I'm in a temporary setup here today. Between a couple confirmed tornado warnings in Illinois, and then a couple that we've seen on radar with CC drops, and then also likely that report there near Fancy Farm. Probably a handful of tornadoes at least today, probably 5, 6. We'll see if any of the small ones get confirmed or not. But I think the National Weather Service got this pretty good. The main threat being damaging wind, and then a few tornadoes possible, and I think those both verified pretty good. I'm happy to look at the camera. Oh, my camera's off. What happened there? There we go. Happy to look at that camera in Minnesota and see that there's not many cars on the road. And I just saw a car go by, so unless that was an emergency vehicle, the road may be open still, but it's very sparsely traveled. Yeah, there goes a vehicle on the southbound, or the northbound lane, sorry. Zoom out and get a wider perspective of these storms. They're basically riding on the edge of the tornado watch as we speak here, so trying to lose some of those brighter colors there in that leading edge, so those storms do seem to be on the downtrend overall. I have dropped that considerable tag on the storms in Hardin, Benton, and Eddyville, so that's a good sign there too. Yeah, I think that cool air is undercutting the updrafts. Which it's been doing that really since these storms developed in Illinois, so that's helped, I think, limit some of our severe weather. Otherwise, we probably would have had a little more higher end winds, and then probably a few stronger, more long lasting QLCS tornadoes. But yeah, they keep getting undercut by the cold. Get your jackets and coats back out, because that cold is definitely going to win out behind these storms. It's going to be a pretty good burst of Arctic weather here the next couple days across the Midwest. Yeah, definitely like and subscribe. I kind of threw this stream together. I was hoping, honestly, not to stream today, but last night it looked like the models kind of were going the other way and started to really kind of show a little bit of an uptick in severe weather. And then once we got a couple tornado warnings today, I was like, all right, I gotta stream. So kind of threw it together really quickly, and I'm not in my normal setup, so I'm kind of annoyed by that a little bit. But yeah, this is good. I like keeping people informed and entertained, and usually we have a little more lively stream, but I think our regulars are probably taking a holiday break too. These echoes are kind of weakening here up towards Winchester. Still decently strong near Rushville, but you can see the darker reds are slowly diminishing. To back it up a little bit, you can see a lot darker reds in here. Today has not been, despite the cool air, today has not been a hail day. I don't think we've seen any big hail reports. Paducah, you guys are all clear of any severe weather. And Evansville, Henderson, Mount Vernon, all clear the severe weather. Areas like Jasper, Princeton, Washington, Bloomington, you guys are all good to go too. Once this main line passes you, severe weather is done. So it looks like all the Indianapolis metro, your severe weather is also done. Anderson, Muncie, Newcastle. Happy New Year. And then the only other area that should note is areas that got some storms earlier, like South Bend and Elkhart. You guys have a winter weather advisory for the lake effect snow machine that's going to turn on. Up to 6 inches of snow and 45 to 50-mile-an-hour winds as the storm system lifts off. It's going to really crank that lake effect snow on the backside. Pretty powerful storm system. Like maybe the low is somewhere around Green Bay. We have snow and blizzard conditions on the backside. There's freezing rain along the warm front up in New England overnight tonight. And then our warm sector has some severe weather. Like it might be like right in there. camera again with the snow. Wow, still coming down there pretty good. Pull that back up. That is a nasty night in Minnesota. So that is this camera looks southeast, more straight south, but that is a pretty steady west northwest snow that's blowing across this highway. Hmm. Those are not fun conditions to drive in. Look at this area here near Seymour in Indiana. Little kind of broad circulation showing up there. Tornado possible tag. Come on. Yeah, it kind of broadened back out on that last scan, but a couple new damage reports coming in. Trees down. This one's a little interesting from Mount Vernon. I feel like we were watching a circulation there a while back, but roof of a pole barn blown down onto a neighbor's house. That house also had a 2x4 through the roof. So that's an interesting one. Jasper, Indiana, tree down. But we're not seeing a big, that's the good thing too. We're not seeing a big swath of damage reports coming in behind this. So that's also indicating there's not a big swath of considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds or anything. They're all localized pockets of damage. But yeah, it seems like the storms are shifting. Strongest storms probably in this area here, south of Seymour, down towards Tell City, and then into Kentucky. And then mostly just gusty showers and thunderstorms to the north. Have a good night. Happy New Year. Thanks for hanging out with us. I think I'm going to probably... We'll reassess this stream here at the top of the hour, too. Just make sure there's no new warnings or anything that comes out. And although this tornado watch goes another hour, most of these storms are now going to be out of the tornado watch area, so... Yeah, for anyone watching, been kind of a quiet night on the chat, but thanks for everyone for making our channel an awesome channel for 2025. We got some big things coming in 2026. I'm excited to work on, especially as we get into severe weather season, and then we'll continue to cover some of the winter weather, especially if we have more blizzards and things with some cool camera setups and stuff like that. So we'll be here through the winter into the new year, and definitely big things in the spring severe season. Newest warning, they're just going to extend out the warning through, let's see, through North Vernon, Greensburg, Batesville. Tornado possible tag, they're continuing that tornado possible tag, but we haven't seen a lot of tight spin-ups lately. And as these continue to push into eastern Indiana and into southwestern Ohio, severe threat should wind down. Wouldn't be surprised if there's isolated severe warnings into Ohio, but especially after I-75, it's mostly going to be a very isolated, damaging wind threat. A little bit more instability down here, but we're a little bit less sheared environment down here, so though we do have a little more juice, the storms will probably go longer down here. Right now, they're not doing anything too crazy. And if things get real crazy, we can always pop back on too. But here's a look at those storms. They're rapidly moving east. They're going to be into Cincinnati. Take a look at that real quick. Cincinnati within about an hour. And that's about the same then for Dayton. Maybe actually a little less because they're pushing pretty quickly through Richmond on the Indiana state line. Yeah, about 45 minutes into the Dayton metro, and then probably about an hour to Springfield, Ohio. Pretty much Indiana, you're going to be clear of the severe threat except for southeast parts of Indiana. And then do continue to pay attention to severe, or not severe warnings, but National Weather Service warnings for the blizzard conditions stretching from the U.S.-Canadian border, Grand Forks, Fargo, down to the areas just to the west of Minneapolis, where we do have those blizzard conditions continuing. And showing up on our cameras here. Yeah, just a really bad travel night. If you don't have to travel, please don't. And that includes areas not in the blizzard warnings, but across extreme eastern Minnesota, the Twin Cities, and across northern, much of Wisconsin, but especially northern Wisconsin. Anywhere in those pink areas, these pink polygons are winter storm warnings. And this reddish color, these are blizzard warnings. Blizzard warnings cover also much of the upper peninsula of Michigan, where there's going to be up to about 2 feet of snow possible from not only this system passing through. The system's going to drop 6 inches to 12 inches, but once the lake effect snow kicks in, that's going to get you another foot plus of snow across the UP of Michigan. They have switched over some winter weather advisories to winter storm warnings across much of the western areas of Michigan, so northern and western Michigan under winter storm warnings for lake effect snow. And then we do have winter storm warnings in the snow belts of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. A couple feet of snow possible there the rest of the week. And then also you can see all this purple and some pink. These are winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings in the pink, especially across Vermont and New Hampshire, where significant icing could occur in the next really overnight period as the winter weather extends into this area. Essentially, moisture overriding the warm front will reach into the New England, and you can already see there are some, there's like precip coming down. Some of this is going to transition over to rain, especially across southern New England and parts of the Hudson Valley. Will transition over to rain overnight Monday, but to the north, that's where we have more cool air pooled in. and that's going to really keep the freezing rain, sleet, and freezing precip locked in across northern parts of New England. So a really powerful storm system. I appreciate all the those of you who tuned in and were watching today. If you got something out of it, like and subscribe. Click the bell icon to get notifications when we go live, when we post new forecast videos, and then also check out our blog style posts in the mornings, usually kind of mid morning. Post a blog style post on YouTube on the post section, and then also reposted on Facebook and also on X with the link to the longer post on X. But check that out. Weather details, severe threats, and hazards kind of go over, and I try to mix it up between sciencey type stuff, but also kind of simplify it a little bit so it's not overly sciencey. I've been trying to find the balance for that. So have a happy new year, everyone. Stay safe. If you're out ahead of this line, definitely have multiple ways to get warnings. NOAA weather radio, your phone on alert mode, and yeah, if things get real crazy, we'll pop back on. But otherwise, have a great evening and a happy new year.